first panel discussion is trade potentials between Bangladesh and Thailand, past, present, and future. We have our moderator, Dr. Tony Waters, Payap University. We also have an expert on trade from Bangladesh who will be joining us remotely, Mano Kumar Roy, the former Additional Secretary, Ministry of Commerce of Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. So at this time, I'll turn the floor over to Dr. Tony Waters.
I want to thank you very much for being here, and I think that Mr. Kumar Roy, I see he's up there. I want to thank him for being here. I'll briefly introduce him. I was given his resume and trying to understand a senior civil servant in the Bangladeshi service and the terms involved. He's been with the Ministry of Commerce from 2009 to 2016. And there he was an additional secretary, which is level just below the secretary. And he was in charge of foreign trade negotiations in each of these different four things. He's traveled all over the world representing Bangladesh and their interest in trade and agreements and tariffs and other things that are critical for moving goods around the world and encouraging imports and exports. He did this at a time, I think, which is very exciting in Bangladesh history, because this is the time when Bangladesh was moving into the world stage, into the world economic stage as a major player in manufacturing and other types of activity. Before he was with the Ministry of Commerce, he was with the Ministry of Agriculture, where he was a director and deputy secretary, working on export promotion for Bangladesh. And before that, he was an executive engineer. So his original training is in engineering, just like Ambassador Hai. And he got his Bachelor's of Science in Engineering in 1980 and worked for the ministry as an executive engineer. He also got an MBA in 2008. Then he retired in 2016, and as part of his retirement activity, he got another master's degree in 2020 in international trade and business. So I see that the Honorable Mr. Kumar Roy is there, and so perhaps if you could go ahead, I would appreciate it. Welcome to Payap University, and it looks like we look forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Tony Waters, for introducing me. And in this August session, present His Excellency Mr. Mohammad Abdul Hai, of Mr. Respected President Mr. Apicha Iswan of the Payap University, the respected Director General of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Thailand, and ladies and gentlemen, namaskar and good morning to all of you. I'm actually going to share my presentation. Actually, it's 50 years of bilateral relations between Bangladesh and Thailand. And I'll be just speaking on the trade potentials between these two friendly countries. This is location of the, the two countries in the globe. The green is the Bangladesh and the pink is the Thailand. Actually, when we are talking about trade between Bangladesh and Thailand, as we see that in the past also, there was trade relations between these two countries, when actually Thailand was also known as Siam. Bangladesh and Thailand have long enduring trade relations, and maritime trade between Thailand and Bengal. Now it is Bangladesh and part in the West Bengal of India. It is found by examining cultural matters from the 4th century BCE to the 4th century CE, that archaeological sites that actually present the proof of trade between Bangladesh and Thailand. Early in the 16th century, Portuguese apothecary named Thomas Pyers, he mentioned first about this, and the product, especially the Bengal muslins, were traded to Thailand and China. In a book written by Tom Pyers in Soma Oriental, he cited about this trade relation. And also he cited about sports and cities in Bengal that were actually involved in this trade. Portuguese actually settled in Dhaka and Sripur, and they were actually started exporting mostly cotton, silk goods to Europe and Southeast Asia, and including Thailand. The spread of Buddhism and expansion of maritime trade deeply connected since the early times. And examining some of the artifacts is implying that transshipment possibly took place along a coastal trade route. Bengal actually lay midpoint in between this coastal line, starting from Colombo or the Kerala of India and passing Odisha, etc., then to Dhaka, and then on the left arm, right arm, is up to Thailand and other countries. Now, let us see the trade frame of Bangladesh and Thai. Both are the members of the WTO and enjoying MFN treatment to each other. Thailand is offered a duty-free quota-free scheme for LDCs, which Bangladesh is also a beneficiary. Both are the members of global GSTP, Global Trade Preferential Program. Both countries are members of BIMSTEC, Group of 77, and also we are negotiating for a BIMSTEC FTA. Maritime agreement between these two countries was signed in 1988, and a bilateral trade agreement, a non-preferential one, it was signed in 1997. Bilateral investment treaty in 2003. Agreement on the avoidance of double taxation was in 2002. And agreement on Thailand bilateral Thailand-Bangladesh Joint Commission cooperation, more facilitating trade through maritime connectivity. It is very recent one. It is in 2021. And in the external trade for both the countries, Thailand actually is partnering with many countries in regional trade agreements, ASEAN, ASEAN plus 5, BIMSTEC, and it's also reached a number of RTS with bilaterally, Australia, Chile, New Zealand, Japan, India, and Peru. Bangladesh, actually, it's a very few such agreements. Regionally, it's member of SAPTA, the SAARC countries, and the developing 8 countries PTA, so Nigeria, Egypt, Indonesia, Pakistan, Turkey, Bangladesh, etc. And then it's a member of APTA, Asia Pacific Trade Agreement. Its headquarters is in Bangkok, though actually Thailand is not a member of it. During inception, as Bangkok Agreement, Thailand was signed, but later on it was not ratified. And bilaterally, Bangladesh very recently signed a PTA with Bhutan, a small one, and non-preferential general agreements with 40 countries. We do see that global trade, how Thailand is doing in the global trade. It is that actually export-import both increasing in the last 5 years span, and if we do see in 2021, actually import of Thailand was almost 300 billion and export was 295. Balance of trade is actually favorable, and its total trade volume, export and import, is higher than Bangladesh. In case of Bangladesh, in the last 5 years, export and import is increasing, but import at a greater pace. And balance of trade is unfavorable. Total trade volume in comparison to Thailand is lower. Actually, in 2021, due to COVID, we suffered. Now in 21-22, it has again started increasing. If we do explore the top 10 export-import partners, here it's Bangladesh, United States, Germany, UK, Spain, France, Poland, India, Italy, Netherlands, Canada. And importing partners, China, India, Singapore, United States, Japan, Indonesia, Brazil, Malaysia, UAE, Korea. And only here, one thing is to notice that the two countries, United States and India, who are as the top export partners, are also in the import lists, only two countries. Now, if we do see the same situation of Thailand, the export partners are, sorry, US, China, Japan, Vietnam, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Australia, Singapore, Indonesia, and India. And the import partners, China, Japan, United States, Malaysia, Taipei, South Korea, United Arab Emirates, Indonesia, Singapore, Vietnam. Here, actually, out of 10 countries, 7 countries are in both the lists. That is, they are the import and export partners. Now, from this top 10 partners list, we can actually see that 70% of the Thailand's trade partners are both in the export and import lists. It indicates that trade ties are very strong and interdependent amongst the partners. Less trade risks are involved. Comparative advantages are well matched. Sustainability of trade relations. Trade amongst partners are highly integrated. In case of Bangladesh, actually only 2 countries are in both the lists, 20%. Last year, not this year, Thailand was the 10th largest import source of Bangladesh. As export destination, Thailand was 49th position with 44 million. This year, actually, Thailand is not in the 10th list, but from Thailand's side, Bangladesh is the 33rd amongst the export partners with 1.2 billion US dollar and 81 with import volume of 0.06 US dollar, the import partners. Top 10 export destinations constitute 71% of total export of Bangladesh. That is concentrated. But in case of Thailand, it is only 57% of trade with the top 10 destinations. That is, export destinations are more diversified in case of Thailand. Export commodities. Bangladesh garments, knitwear, agricultural products, frozen food, jute and jute goods. And Thailand, automobiles, parts, computer and parts, jewelry, polymers, electronic goods, chemical products, rice, fish products, etc. And import commodities, Bangladesh, actually machinery, equipments, chemicals, iron and steel, textile, foodstuffs, petroleum products. And importing machinery and parts, crude oil, electrical and products, electronic integrated circuits, computer parts, etc. Household appliances, soybean meal, wheat, cotton, dairy products. Actually, one thing is actually interesting to see is that the Thailand's Bangladesh's export commodities is less matching with the import commodities of Thailand, whereas the export commodities of Thailand is matching with the import commodities of Bangladesh. Now, let's see the bilateral trade between the two countries. The orange is import and the blue is export. Bangladesh's export is actually very less than the import from Thailand. But one thing is that both export and import from Bangladesh to and from Thailand is in a decreasing mode. However, balance of payment remains heavily inclined toward Thailand. Actually, only we import in the last 2021 $765 million US and exported 39 million US dollars. Top 10 export products of Bangladesh to and from Thailand. On the left side, you will find that the export products is more on the actually RMG. And on the right side, what we are actually importing from Thailand. These are cement, steel, denim, staple fibers as raw materials, polypropylene primary forms, polyvinyl chloride for primary forms, polyfilm or polymers in primary forms, and textured filament yarn of polyester. The table shows that export items of Bangladesh to Thailand are dominated by RMG and textile products. On the contrary, the items of Thailand are actually in varieties. But however, the import items of Thailand are mainly raw and intermediate products, which are actually reprocessed in Bangladesh. And also, top 10 export products of Bangladesh to Thailand constitute 64% of total export to Thailand. Actually, product diversification is not very high. Thailand and Bangladesh's actually trade relation is a very important role of duty-free quota-free. In 2015, as per the decision of WTO, Thailand offered duty-free quota-free scheme for LDCs, which Bangladesh is also a beneficiary. In this scheme, actually, almost 4,400 products at 8-digit level are enjoying duty-free zero tariff, which is 40.70% of all tariff lines of Thailand. Apart from this actually zero tariff, there are other MFN duty-free tariff lines of 3,300 lines covering 30.3%. In total, Bangladesh is enjoying 71% of tariff lines at 8-digit level of Thailand duty-free. But many tariff lines which have Bangladesh huge export potential in Thailand's market are excluded from these lists. And the rules of origin is also a little stringent, 50% for the not wholly obtained products. Now, this is the list of the 15 products, top 15 export products of Bangladesh. If we do examine that, we find that the 71% tariff lines, it contains only 4 tariff lines at 6-digit level, which are being benefited from duty-free, quota-free market access to Thailand. That is, the duty-free, quota-free market access provided to Bangladesh is only 4 lines are actually benefited. That is, the most of the supply side capacity which products Bangladesh have to export and which have demand in Thailand, and also whose duty rates are much higher, actually are out of this list. The analysis of the applied tariff on top 15 export products of Bangladesh to Thai reveals that only 4 products, that is at 6-digit level, avails preferential duties. Major products of the list face a duty very high, 30%, and not surprising that these all are the RMG and textile products for which Bangladesh has supply side capacity. To cover this gap, Bangladesh has submitted a list of 36 products at 6-digit level to be included in the duty-free, quota-free tariff list. And one thing more, Bangladesh will be graduated in 2026, then this duty-free, quota-free will be ceases to act. And the lists are, you see, we actually analyzed the Ministry of Commerce, this 14 products in one list, and then the 22, totally 36 products. And note it, please note that the applied tariffs are very high, so 30% in general. So Bangladeshi exporters are facing actually stringent positions to overcome this high MFN tariff. Bangladesh has actually investment from Thailand. In last December of 2021, the total FDI stock was almost 350 million, which is almost 1.6% of total FDI stock in Bangladesh. In 2021, the FDI inflow was 18 million. The major sectors of investment were food, construction, agriculture, fishing, and cement. And there was a consistency of FDI inflow from Thailand to Bangladesh in the food manufacturing sector. Now there is a actually talk between the two countries about signing an FTA, PTA. Preliminary, what it appears to me, I'm describing it here. I think in-depth studies are required to actually find the feasibility of signing this FTA, PTA between the two countries. The trade between Bangladesh and Thailand is growing, but Bangladesh maintains a trade deficit. So gains from FTA to be cautiously evaluated. Many products of export and import have high tariff in both the countries. So FTA may facilitate export of both the countries. It means that the products Bangladesh is exporting to Thailand also facing high tariff, and also Bangladesh importing the products to Bangladesh from Thailand, there are also high tariffs from Bangladesh side. So if these two countries can ink an FTA, it is expected that the trade will be increased. But one thing is that similarity between import of Bangladesh, products of import of Bangladesh, and export of Thailand is okay. That is, the products Bangladesh is importing from Thailand, the same, more or less same, the products that are being exported from Thailand to Bangladesh. But the products that Bangladesh is exporting to Thailand and the important products of import from Thailand is not matching. So 100% tariff cut may induce some revenue loss to Bangladesh. And Thailand may remain as an import source for Bangladesh. But there are also other possibilities in the service sector, FDI, etc. These are actually preliminary studies, but I think if a joint feasibility study between the two countries is initiated, I think a good result can come out. Connectivity, actually there is a separate session on connectivity, but I will actually spell 1 or 2 lines on it. Bangladesh wants to join India, Myanmar, Thailand trilateral highway route, which actually will boost trade by road in this area. In December, Bangladesh expressed official interest to join the IMT trilateral highway to boost connectivity. Opportunity for Bangladesh to augment imports of Thai, rice, other agro products, industrial goods, and export of Bangladeshi products to the Thai market by road. The trilateral highway will grow regional trade significantly and making the highway beneficial to the integration of our regional economy. And we see that the present position of the trilateral highway from India, More, and then Myanmar, Mandale, Nepito, and it entered to Thailand. And Bangladesh proposes to be connected with this trilateral highway, which is sub-corridor identified as Silet, Shaula, Sutarkandi, Silchar to Imphal of India. These are the actually areas where Bangladesh will connect with India to be with this IMT highway. Now, let's have some recommendations on this. As I have earlier said, the joint feasibility study for concluding Bangladesh-Thai FTA, though for a very short period up to 2026, the DF and duty-free and quota-free list actually may be added with the 36 products that is being from Bangladesh side. In 2026, Bangladesh will leave LDC status, but whether as far as EU did, whether that can be continued till 2029. And also after the LDC status, whether these two countries can actually resort to a global system of trade preferences between the developing countries for mutual interest. Thailand may join APTA, which secretary is in UN ESCAP Bangkok. Actually, while in the preliminary discussions of Bangkok agreement, Thailand was part of it, but later it was not ratified. We invite actually Thailand to be part of APTA. and also to actually request Thailand to pursue finalization of the BIMSTEC FTA. And then at business level, exhibition of exportables from both sides, business leaders one-to-one meet. And as I have said earlier, to establish connectivity, Bangladesh may be allowed to join IMT trilateral highway. More investment from Thai food, agro-processing, and RMG sectors in Bangladesh. From Bangladesh side also, actually to assess the consumption habits and cultural patterns of Thai consumers, its indigenous culture accommodating contemporary values and progressive ideas. Actually, the market of Thailand, Bangladesh has to study it. I can cite an example of Japan. In 2010, actually, we have not much exports to Japan, but there was an initiative from both the sides to study the markets, and it was successful. And Bangladesh is now exporting more to Japan. So I'll request from both the sides actually to put emphasis on this area to actually study the markets, consumers' behaviors, etc. Bangladesh actually is now 100 special economic zones, and whether we may request Thailand to invest in the special economic zones of Bangladesh. Though Thailand have many actually investments in the EPZs, export processing zones of Bangladesh, but the special economic zones will be more actually facilities there, and that will have a scope to also actually market in the domestic market of Bangladesh, which EPZ is not allowed. Tourism sector may be of common interest, and Thai, with its vast experience in hospitality industry, may support Bangladesh. Both sides can ease visa regulations, which may make it easier for Bangladesh citizens to avail Thai healthcare facilities. I think I can stop here, and if there is questions from the audience, I'm ready actually to answer.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. We can give a round of applause. Are there any questions? I can perhaps moderate from here, either online people. I do see there are two things in the chat bar. Can you, I don't have a mouse up here to check the chat bar. Does anybody here, Ajahn Ray, do you have a question or comment?
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. My question relates to, with the decline of the height of the pandemic, what are the prospects of continuing tourism relations and trade relations in between Bangladesh and Thailand, as well as are there prospects for sending more students to Thailand, including Payap University? Thank you.
For trade, actually, Bangladesh actually has need to import more from Thailand, and but market analysis for the Bangladesh side is to be done. And for more actually students, I understand that the Payap University and others, Asian Technology, ATI is very much known to Bangladesh, especially in the engineering students. Actually, all have an inspiration engineering that they can have a course in ATI. I think holding seminars in Bangladesh and in Thailand, and actually sending representatives to the universities. And even as I recall, one university of Australia made a seminar having connections with the Ministry of Commerce actually to send more students and government junior officials to actually Australia for masters and higher studies. So whether actually Thailand also can take this way, signing any memorandum of understanding with the ministry, the education ministry, or others, the university level, so that the universities themselves can communicate with the educational institutions in Bangladesh. And there are a huge number of private universities also in Bangladesh who are actually catering a large share of Bangladesh's higher education. So communicating with these private universities also can boost this students studying in Thailand's universities. I think there are prospects. And tourism, I think it's already many actually tourists prefer Thailand as their weekend destinations. And as I have told, visa issues from both sides, whether it can be a little actually eased, I think that will be boosted. And also one thing, people from Bangladesh also, they want to take treatment in Thailand also, because healthcare facilities in Thailand are better actually. And if this tourism can be matched with this Medicare, I think there will be improvements in the areas.
Is there any other question? Here's one right here. There's two right in the front. This will be the last question. We have to move the things along.
Thank you for giving me the floor. This is Syed Rashid Al Hossain, Economic Minister at the Bangladesh Embassy in Bangkok. Thank you, sir, for presenting the trade scenario in a detailed manner. So, what I understand from your presentation, you proposed a joint feasibility study. So, as far as I know, on the Thai side, they have their own study, and they found that it is beneficial for Thai side. So, in case of Bangladesh, so why do you propose that a joint feasibility study? Because Thai side, they are positive, they have their own benefit if the FTA or PTA is signed. So that is my first question. And as you proposed in your presentation, that if Bangladesh sign FTA or PTA, there may be, we assume that there may be benefit from trade channel. There are some benefits from Bangladesh as well as there are some benefits from Thai side. But there are other channel like investment channel. As you know, as far as Thai investment policy is concerned, they have their overseas foreign direct investment policy, and recently they are promoting foreign investment, especially some industries which are a bit labor intensive, and you know they are pursuing now their fourth generation industrialization. So they think that there might be some industries which may be less competitive now, and they may be shifted to other countries like other ASEAN countries or even to Bangladesh. So I think if there is FTA signed by these two countries, so the investment channel may be beneficial for our side, and maybe those from those industries we may be goods or services may be re-exported from Bangladesh side. So that will help us to have a more balanced trade between these two countries. That's all from my part. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Actually, I proposed a joint feasibility study. Yes, you are very much correct. Thailand has concluded its study and it's found it's beneficial for their side. But FTAs, if we cannot assure that the two sides are equally benefited, then normally FTA is not sustainable. So in Bangladesh's study, there is a study, but I think it is not published. But from my analysis, it appears that still now Bangladesh is in a position to find the benefits, and I have already cited in my presentation that the matching of the products, that the products we are exporting to Thailand, which we have supply side capacity, and the products which have Thailand's interest to import, if matching of these two is not there, then definitely Bangladesh may not find it beneficial for them. So I actually proposed a joint study, because then from both the sides, they will be able to see what are the areas, not only to find the beneficiaries, but how to actually cater the areas where Bangladesh can say that no, it is not beneficial for me. In joint, as FTA is a joint one, so if joint study is done, I think every bit of suspicion or other things will be eliminated. It will be a transparency between the two countries that yes, when a joint study will reveal that yes, beneficial, then it will be easier for the countries to conclude the negotiation. And investment, you are very much correct. And I've cited that the special economic zones. Bangladesh actually is going to be hub of the manufacturing industry. And maybe that other South Asian countries are also buying for Thailand's investment. But as the continuing the investment in the RMG, food, and cement factories, etc., and the raw materials that we are importing from Thailand and processing here, if Thailand itself can actually invest here to these processes and re-exporting it to other countries, even to its own country of Thailand, what Korea is doing also. And not only Korea, some other countries actually producing goods in Bangladesh through investment, and they are re-exporting it there for their own domestic consumption to their countries, because countries have duty-free, quota-free arrangements. That's why I actually support that Thailand is in our country. They produce it and then re-export it. Japan is also actually to some extent doing it. They are actually producing some products in Bangladesh and matching it with the global value chain of their production. That's all.
Okay. Thank you very much for your response. Thank you to the audience for your questions. So I think we need to move along. I'm looking at Ajahn Benya. I think coffee now, or Sam?
Okay, first of all, thank you very much, Dr. Tony Roberts, for moderating, and also our topic matter expert, Mono Kumar Roy. Thank you very much for a very informative presentation. Your expertise is greatly appreciated. Now we are going to move along now. We have a coffee break on the schedule, 20 minutes, and we'll be returning promptly for our next panel discussion, which is commonalities between Bangladesh and Thailand for promoting peace and stability. So again, 20 minutes. Okay, moving right along, we want to start our panel discussion 2, commonalities between Bangladesh and Thailand for promoting peace and stability. I'd like to introduce our moderator for this topic is Dr. Ray, Payap University, on my left here, and also a topic matter expert on this special guest, Associate Professor Dr. Cheyenne Rachagu, Senior Scholar of the School of Potential and Social Sciences, University of Payap, formerly of Payap University. And joining us remotely will be Professor Dr. Imatez Ahmed, Professor, Department of International Relations, University of Dhaka. So Dr. Ray, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be invited to be the moderator for this session for several reasons, one of which was His Excellency, the Ambassador, had visited our Department of Peace Studies, so I've met him a couple of times. And secondly, I've been to Bangladesh 3 times with NGO, as well as visiting paying courtesy visit to the Commission on Human Rights, with the newly installed professor as the chair of the National Commission of Human Rights. I've also visited the Office of Islamic Affairs with a very wonderful leadership, and we were explained how open Bangladesh is for interfaith relations and opening up to the different religions, Buddhism, Hinduism, Christianity. So I had very pleasant stay as well as food and shopping at the BRAC Center. They have a lot of very good, high quality products at the BRAC Center. So right now we have 2 specialists, panelists, one of whom is with us here, and the other is remotely presenting the paper. Each one has about 20 minutes of presentation about international relations as they relate to peace and security, and we're looking at commonalities and differences. And we'll start off with Professor Dr. Oh my goodness, Chayan, how could I have forgotten? He is also with our Department of Peace Studies, and he's also one of the advisors and also one of the panelists in the defense of dissertation. So a very nationally noted professor. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Professor Chayan.
Ambassador and the audience. It's a great honor to be invited, or in brackets, to be coerced to speak here. But Dr. Day gave me only 20 minutes. I thought that I can talk until sunset. Without much further ado, I would like to make two principal points regarding the Thai foreign policy. Of course, Thai foreign policy change over time as any other country. But I would like to make two principal points and then subdivide it into 5 points. Two principal points are these. First is self-perception. Self-perception, how you look at yourself, in Thai foreign policy. That is how the Ministry of Foreign Affairs look at itself. Also, the elite, how they look at themselves regarding Thai foreign policy. That's one point. The other is the self-perception is usually defective. How, like you look yourself at a mirror. You might praise yourself, you might think highly of yourself, but what is the reality? What is really real? From these two principal points, I subdivided that first, the self-perception of Thai foreign policy. There are myths. There are three myths. And these are beliefs. They are make-believe that have been held since the reign of King Rama V and still today. What are the myths? There are three myths. One is Thailand always adhere to neutrality. That's the first myth. The second is Thailand always like adhering to the bamboo policy, like flexibility, doing according to the wind. You bend according to the circumstances, like flexibility. That's what they call themselves. The third, this is the biggest myth of all. Is Thailand always play one power against the other, particularly from big power, one against the other. These are unfounded, absolutely unfounded. The first myth is neutrality. It's not true. It's blatant. Now, Thailand always lean on the U.S., the Western countries, and against the so-called communist countries and all that. Not even staying with the non-alignment in Indonesia, Bandung Conference. When you compare Thailand foreign policy and that of Indonesia and other Asian countries, you find Thailand is excuse my vocabulary. Excuse my vocabulary. I can't find a better word. Perhaps you have a better word for me. It's a running dog. It's a running dog of the U.S. But running dog perhaps is a puppy. It looks really nice, yes. That's neutrality. That Thailand does not adhere to neutrality. And flexibility is not true either. It's go with the wind. The biggest myth is Thailand proclaim itself as a non-colonized country, only non-colonized country in Asia, in Southeast Asia. This is half true, or you can say the other way. This is a half lie, because Thailand was under the subjugation of Britain, of Great Britain, on along. But informally, that Britain, England particularly, did not remove the monarchy like they did to Burma and India. They just let the monarchy stay on. But the administration, the management and the policy were under the British influence. So Thailand had been, or has been, or still is a crypto, if you like, crypto colonized country. These are the myths. These are the myths that it should be debunked. It's not true. It's not true that Thailand play Britain against France or play France against Britain. Think about this. Two big powers. How can a small power like Thailand use influence to use England against France, yes, and the other way around? England and France, they were not stupid. They were not stupid. They need not. It was not necessary at all for them to listen to Thailand. But that is a self-image of Thailand. As I said at the beginning, self-perception. You look at yourself highly, which is contrary to the facts. That these are the myths. So, the way we look beyond the myths, what are they? I would like to make 4 points. First, to understand Thai foreign policy, one must understand it in the context of the Thai state. This is the first point. The second point is in the bipolar world, Thailand has been drawn into the bipolar world. And I will elaborate on this. The third point is personnel. Those who work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, what they think, what are their worldview, and how they practice in reality. The fourth is the worldview of Thailand, or the Thai elite, the Thai ruling class, if you like. These are 4 points that make up Thailand, that underlie Thai foreign policy. Let me make an elaboration of each point. First, the Thai state. The Thai state, if you go back before 1932, it was an absolute monarchy. And that time, before 1932, King Rama V, the 6th and the 7th, the so-called modern Thai state was being formulated. Many ministries were created. And the ministry that was very close to the monarchy was the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Lots of members of the royal extended families wanted to go abroad, want to spend time in England, in Paris, in in Germany, yeah, in Washington and all that. These are jobs that they dream of. Not Ministry of Agriculture, not Ministry of Taxation, not Ministry of Taxation, that they had to go to the countryside. They want to go abroad. This explains the mindset which I will elaborate later on about the personnel of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Even after 1932, the overall picture is Thailand had been under the influence, the power, direct power or indirect influence of the military. Therefore, since 1932 until today, you can say that Thailand has been underlined by two powers. One is the monarchy, the other is the military. So they form like tacit alliance. You can say that is the M&M. This is like chocolate M&M, you know, the military and the monarchy. This form and underlies Thai foreign policy. Not only the foreign policy, but also domestic politics. This point needs not much elucidation. It's blatant, it's known. I don't know about other countries, but embassies in the West, in London, in Paris, Washington, Tokyo, Beijing, they have military attaché. In each embassy, not only the military attaché, but also all of the military branches, the Navy, the Air Forces, the Army, yeah, they have representatives at the embassies on this big embassy in big capitals. What they are doing? Yeah, I will expand it on my third point about personnel. Regarding this point, one can say in general, there might be exceptions in some periods. For example, I'm not, just excuse myself, I'm not an admirer or uncritical admirer of Thaksin, but I like Thaksin foreign policy, that he wanted his government, or when he was at the portfolio of foreign ministry, he wanted to expand, to make a link between Chittagong and Thailand, and promoted air communication between these two countries. Oh, that's impressive. That was very, very impressive. I even thought about, why don't I ask my wife and my family, I want to go to Chittagong, you know, from Chiang Mai or from Bangkok. This is a very, very advanced, this is a very advanced policy that Thailand wants to make connection with its neighboring countries, particularly neglected or overlooked countries like Bangladesh. But this has been changed, because it doesn't adhere to the elite mindset of the ruling class in Thailand. That's my first point. So to understand Thai foreign policy, we have to understand the Thai state. And the Thai state policy or management underlies by this M&M. Secondly, since following the Second World War, as we all know, the world has been divided into two camps, bipolar, if you like, yeah, the bipolar world. Which pole that Thailand was subjugated to or adhering to? This question has an easy answer. Thailand always geared to the West, to the US, to the Western Europe, at the expense of their so-called neutrality. Very much so during the Cold War, Thailand is in one camp. This, like all of us are familiar with Vietnam War. Thailand let the US to have air bases in Thailand to bomb Vietnam. I have to make a great apologies to the Vietnamese people. Thailand is responsible for the deaths of millions of the Vietnamese. Thirdly, thirdly about personnel of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. One of the so-called top ministry that people seek jobs is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is not so like Japan. Japanese graduates do not find Ministry of Foreign Affairs lucrative or attractive job. It must be Ministry of Finance. So the Japanese do not care very much whether to have posted in big capitals like Washington, London, and Paris. This is not important. But it's important for the Thai elitist mindset. That's why many officials, on the whole, some are more elitist than others. Two organizations that are most elitist of all is the judiciary and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. With that mindset, you can well imagine how they look at other countries. There are many tiers. First tier, second tier, third tier, and so on and so forth. Who are posted to Washington, who are posted to London and to big capitals. And it's a punishment when one was demoted from Belgium. This is a former friend of mine, an ex-friend of mine. He was at Brussels and was demoted due to his affairs. He was demoted. Demoted to where? To India. That's a disgrace for him. So Thailand, the way they look at the countries, they look at in terms of hierarchical order. It's their mindset. Thailand is a hierarchical society. So they look up to the upper class and look down to the lower class. This mindset is also applicable to the Thai foreign policy. That's why I said they have one, that's the first tier, second tier, third tier, and so on. You can better imagine which countries belong to the third and belong to the fourth tiers. So this is a worldview. This affects the worldviews of Thai foreign policy. How they regard, how they treat countries. They look down. They are, excuse my word again. They look down on our neighboring countries, poorer countries than Thailand. They bully them every now and again and very much look down on them. Excuse my terminology, but don't mince the word. They are racist at heart. I have my student, like in my student days, some of my ex-friends, yeah, work for Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I know them, how they change over time, how they change after their graduation and work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. They might be liberal, yeah, in their student days, but over time, after they are promoted to top positions, oh, that's why they became my ex-friends. Yeah. So this is the general picture. This is a general picture of Thai foreign policy. To reiterate is one has to understand the Thai state, which is conservative, yeah, underlies by the M&M mindset, and the personnel, that they do not serve the people, not only in their countries, in the country they are posted to. This is a self-serving, it's a self-serving organization. Therefore, when we talk about stability and peace, the military, this is one M, and its ally, the other M, they adhere to the old adage of international relations, that is security, survival. These are the mottos of the Thai foreign policy. So you can really imagine whether what do they aim for? What do they aim for? Do they aim for peace? Do they aim for stability? Or security is the top of the list that they follow. I don't know whether Payap invited a wrong person to speak here, but I can say that as a Thai citizen, I don't have much hope of Thai foreign policy regarding particularly its relation with poorer countries, with their neighboring countries. They might be very nice, they might be very complacent with the big powers. My last point is they look at themselves as one power against the other. Now in the context of the rise of China, some of them even think that they can play China against the States, against the US. This is a fantasy. And very much is an illusion that I hope the prospect of Thailand, we hope to change. We have to change the domestic Thai politics in order to change Thai foreign policy. So peace and stability will come with democracy, with democratic development in Thailand. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chayan, a true academic who gives the thesis of the myth and the stereotype, the antithesis, and then his synthesis, his suggestion for what is to be done in the future. So very nuanced presentation without mincing words in his own words. Thank you. We now have 14 minutes. Where's Dr. He's lost. Imtiaz Ahmed, you have the floor. I hope we can finish within 14 minutes, but we need room for Q&A. So you have Q&A, we have questions, please post them online in the chat box. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me, all of you?
Yes, we can. And we can see your visuals as well.
And the visual moves?
That's correct.
Okay, lovely. Okay, thank you. Thanks to our Payap University and also to Bangladesh Embassy for inviting me to say a few words. I would say 15-20 minutes or 15 minutes or so, or 14 minutes on this issue of commonalities, which would help promote peace and stability. I enjoyed listening to Professor Chayan, and maybe we can come back to some of the things that he said. Now I'll start with this mandala representation of Bangladesh-Thai relations. This is it comes from Chanakya Kotilla. I'm sure some of you would be knowing Chanakya Kotilla, the author of Arthashastra of 4th century BC, who came out with an interesting way of looking at the world. And the method that he uses is dialectics, but South Asian dialectics, very different from the Hegelian dialectics, and it's called Prasangika. Now, very simply put, if you seen the contemporary issue is Bangladesh-Thai relations and how to look into commonality, the way Prasangika or dialectics or South Asian dialectics would look at the issue would be, via this mandala understanding or via this mandala image. That is, you need to look politically, economically, socially, culturally, technologically, and something which Professor Chayan highlighted, the psychology part of it. And I fully agree that the psychology element is also important and one of the circles when it comes to establishing relations. Now, very quickly, given the time frame, as Dr. Chayan was saying that he could talk for hours. Now, the Bengalis also have this reputation of talking for hours. They don't stop, but I will try to go very quickly with the slides so that we can have some time for Q&A. Well, the first would be civilizational. We should not forget that there was a civilization at the pre-colonial times when there was, quite a maritime relationship between Bangladesh, Thailand, or South Asia, or the Indian subcontinent, let's put it that way, with Southeast Asia, a very vibrant one. We forget that. And the reason why I think the Europeans came all the way to South Asia or to Thailand or to Southeast Asia, because there was honey in those days in this region, much more a bigger honey than in Europe. And for that reason, they came all the way to get the honey and overstayed, of course. So keep the maritime linkages in mind, because this is something that is coming back in a big way, given now with decolonization and globalization, this is something unstoppable. The Europeans can't stop, neither can the United States stop. They can deteriorate a little bit here and there, but this is something will grow. And this is where I think Bangladesh and Thailand can actually look into much more deeply and see what can be done. The circle also that is important when we talk about Bangladesh and Thailand is the social circle. Of course, both the countries have religious diversity. Well, in terms of population, we are huge. We are the 7th largest country in the world. One can see 170 million people versus if you can put Thailand 71 million. We are double the population of Thailand. So it's so there is a possibility of combining what is called the demographic dividend. And you can see, in terms of the religion and all those things, and I'll come back, let me highlight languages, very diverse, Thailand has 70 living languages, Bangladesh has 42 living languages, although there is one Mediterranean language in both the countries, but still there are other languages. The ethnic group is also, very diverse, 70 ethnic groups in Thailand, 54 we have indigenous people in Bangladesh. So these are certain things where you can use the dividend in a big way, the very diversity. Of course, in terms of literacy rate, Thailand is ahead a little bit, 94%, where Bangladesh is struggling with 76% for quite some time. But I think hopefully in next 10 years, this is also going to change in a big way. The other circle would be cultural, which is also very important because there's a lot of, both are rice-centric countries. In terms of gastronomy, linkages can be huge. And we already have Bangladesh Thai soup or Bangladeshi Thai soup fusion. A lot of fusion has worked, given that the recipes in some of the food, particularly in the context of spice, I think they're quite an interesting relationship. In fact, there can be a spice festival, and Bangladesh and Thailand can challenge each other how spicy they can be. That itself will make a difference. Well, art and craft is other thing where you can see a lot of interesting things coming out from both the countries, and both the countries can make a big out of it, particularly if the entrepreneurs collaborates on these issues. Music would be the other place where I believe, particularly traditional music, there are the tunes, interestingly, are quite similar in many ways. Some of the instruments also are very similar, so there also can be quite interesting interactions. Now, coming to a more basic circle would be the economics. The per capita income, yes, Thailand is well ahead, and that's probably the reason why I think Dr. Chan was talking about the elitist perspective that has come up. People always look down when you are less economically, but this is changing very fast. When you look at the GDP growth, even during the pandemic, Bangladesh fared well compared to many other countries. So if Bangladesh can continue with the growth pattern that it has, I don't think it will be difficult to get near to where Thailand is now. The export variations is also interesting, where Bangladesh would be more, the market is more in the West, whereas in the Thailand, you can see the market is, of course, United States is also there, but a big market in Asia. And this is something I think the entrepreneurs, if they're sitting down there, can also look into this figure and see what can be done. And the import also, we import more than Thailand. This is also interesting, but in terms of our import countries, there are a lot of similarities. The differences that we see in the export is not so much in the import. The unemployment rate is also something that one can look into. Thailand, of course, has much lower unemployment rate compared to Bangladesh, and this is something also one can look how to make it more cost effective, given that you can actually make more profit looking into some of these figures. I don't want to go into details of this particular slide, but I found it interesting. If you look at the life expectancy, it is quite near 72.9 for Bangladesh, whereas for Thailand it's 77.3. But in terms of expenses, Thailand is more expensive than Bangladesh, whether in terms of one person or living family. You can see the difference. Let me now very quickly, the healthcare, I just thought one should look, because a lot of Bangladeshis go to Thailand for medical treatments. I think the time has come for Bangladesh and Thailand to join in health sector and make hospitals even in Bangladesh, and that itself can be very profitable. My last slide would be, of course, geopolitical. One cannot miss geopolitics in the contemporary times, and particularly if you're an IR student. Now here, I think there's an interesting development. What we see is the transformation. I will go with Dr. Chan in a big way, looking at the world. But one cannot deny that the days of inequality is coming to an end. We had inequality in the very beginning with Pax Britannica. I'm sure all of you are familiar. And then, of course, the world got transformed into bipolar after the First World War and the Second World War. But then that also got dismantled, particularly after the dismantling of Soviet Union. We also ended up with unipolar. For the first time in the human history, globally, you are going to have multipolar. This has never happened. And you are going to have a fluid multipolar because of globalization. And I can explain that later on. But this multipolarity is you can't stop, because you can't go back to colonialism and slavery, out of which Europe and the West developed. So this is one where you can see re-rise of a lot of countries, the re-rise of China. People forget that in 18th century, China was the largest economy in the world, and undivided India, or South Asia, as we say now, was the second largest economy in the world. And in that undivided India, Bengal was the richest province, although Bengal got cartographically massacred by the British. So here the potential is huge, because since you are moving towards multipolar world, I think some of the things that have developed, the attraction for the West to get a posting in Brussels or in Paris, that is going to come to an end, because there are now cities even in Asia which is much brighter and much more interesting than some of the European cities, where the reason why Dr. Chan was some of the things that Dr. Chan was flagging. So I see this multipolarity is one area where Bangladesh and Thailand can sit down, brainstorm, and see what can be done. I'll stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Professor Imtiaz Ahmed. We have two extremely powerful presentations. Both are comparative analysis, but different methods. Dr. Chayan used the dialectical vertical comparative method, and Dr. Imtiaz used the horizontal comparative method, comparing two countries. So now we are open to the floor for your questions. Or forever keep your peace. Are there questions on the floor and online, please? Yes, please. Identify yourself, please.
There's no microphone. I'm Robert Batzinger from Payap University. My interests are in technology and computer science, and we recognize that a lot of what we've been looking at or discussing right here has been based on a historical perspective. But we see that youth worldwide is creating a whole new culture online, and that the youth are really spending most of their time and their vision and their purpose is online, in social media, playing electronic games, multiplayer games, and therefore, even as they get into the business world, they are not following traditional lines of action. And I'm wondering how this will affect as we move forward in the future, because they're basically not interested in the old politics. They're basically interested in what moves them in the internet and in the global economy, the global digital economy. So I was wondering if you can, either of you might want to say a word about that.
Thank you for your question. Your question reminds me of the Arab Springs, that the revolution spread by the internet communication and all that. But regarding Thailand, I think, in my own estimation, now over 80%, of the population has this mobile phone. And the mobile, this modern apparatus, this device has been made use in various ways. In health, for example, to detect oral cancer, for example, and about COVID pandemic, during COVID pandemic. So this device has been very useful in this regard. And also in politics, particularly the new generation. All of them have mobile phones, and the exchange of views and the critical comments on the monarchy, on the government, on this is beyond the control of the government. And it's very conducive to the, in my view. Of course, there are fake news, there are cheating, there are manipulative management and all that. Yes, that thing there are. But on the whole, I think this is very, very supportive or underlies the democratic development. And this is, we should pin our hope on democratic development in Thailand. We cannot change, regarding this topic, is Thai foreign policy. It will be changed. When domestic politics change. And domestic politics could change in relation also to the widespread of the internet user. I hope that we can learn something about the Arab Springs. And let's see the upcoming election, how the new technology, the media technology play a role. We have to see, we have to follow. But thank you for your question. Yeah.
Okay, please.
Thank you. I am Nit Chorodhikari. I am the counselor of Bangladesh Embassy in Bangkok. I'd like to just add one issue with the horizontal description of Professor Imtiaz regarding the commonalities between the two countries, whether he could shed some light on it, whether he could admit it or not, that is the linguistic similarities between the two languages. In Thai, we have around 50 to 60% from Sanskrit and Pali word directly. And in Bangla, we have also around 50% Tatsama and Tadbhava, means from Sanskrit, or a little bit of change from Sanskrit and Pali to Bangla language, to our mother tongue. And though there is a kind of Chinese language orientation in Thai language to make the words a little bit monosyllabic, for that reason maybe we do not understand sometimes, but while we are communicating, this may be another linguistic similarities that can make the countries together. We can understand each other fairly well, as we have already seen in the slide that only 12% of Bangladeshis can speak English fairly well. Only 17% of Bangladeshis, if I'm not wrong, know English in Thai, English speaking activities in Thailand. So that may be another commonalities to exchange the talk on peace and stabilities between the two countries. And if both of you could also shed some light on the cooperation between the two countries in multilateralism, where we think we are on the same path to maintain the peace and stability of the whole world. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll get the last word from Dr. Imtiaz Ahmed, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let me combine the first question and the second one. When it comes to technology, you are not going to see in the future the classroom that you have now. Classroom will change, and the concept that I use is the class space, because even now, as we are speaking, the room has transformed. So in the future, you are going to see in your classroom students from different places of the world. We have a course on genocide studies where we have students from India, students from Canada, from different places, even now in my university. So to bring back the second question, I see no reason why on the issue of language, the two countries don't start a course online and see how it goes, because there's so much commonality between the two when it comes to language and even religion. People forget actually that Bangladesh or Bengal was under Buddhism for 400 years. This is the birthplace of Tantric Buddhism, and in Bengal, as near as Kumilla, you had Gautam Buddha coming, even to Kumilla. So in terms of Buddhism and language, in terms of religion and language, there are a lot of things. So even on civilizational discourse, I think there can be courses between different countries. And I'm not sure where Professor Surichai is here or not, but of Chulalongkorn University, we have done, even during the pandemic, series of what you call interactions, between Chulalongkorn and Dhaka University. So I see that technology can also be useful when it comes to the second question that was raised by Hodikari. Thank you.
With that, perhaps there's call to action, perhaps, to bring Bangladeshi students to do linguistics at Payap and then study the commonalities between the two languages, and maybe do a doctorate at the Peace Studies Department for religion to compare Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam in these two countries. So, yeah, Dr. Chayan wants to react.
Just a few words. You see, India now pursue also soft power. Regarding, if you look at China, China has been pursuing soft power in Thailand quite substantially. So in reaction to that, India has established Indian studies in some universities like Chiang Mai, Ubon. And Bangladesh perhaps may consider this option. Thailand also know Bangladeshi thinkers, philosophers like Rabindranath Tagore, for example, is known to Thai to Thai students. But much more that we could learn from Bangladesh. And you may or may not go along with India on a big scale, but perhaps a small step maybe could be considered. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, we adjourn the second session this morning. Thank you very much. I pass it on to, yeah.
Thank you, gentlemen. Very interesting and intriguing topic. Wish we had more time. I want to thank Dr. Ahmed. Excellent presentation. Dr. Cheyenne. Very candid, colorful commentary, as always. And our moderator, of course, Dr. Ray. Thank you very much, all three of you. At this time, we're still on schedule. We have a long lunch break. So please return at 1:30 promptly so we can start our third panel discussion on tourism. Okay, so 1:30, so we have plenty of time. Take a lunch break now. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Trust everybody had a nourishing lunch. I myself am quite nourished. Okay, we're going to continue on with our panel discussions. Our third panel discussion will be exploring potentials on tourism, learning from the Thai experience. We're really pleased to have a couple of experts in the field. Moderating is Ms. Malika Parveen, Deputy Chief of Mission and Minister of the Embassy of Bangladesh in Bangkok. And also joining her on the stage, another expert, Mr. Payap Sajju, President of the Tourism Council of Chiang Mai. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Malika.
Ladies and gentlemen, and speakers who are present in person here and join on online platform, welcome back to the second half of our day-long academic conference. I know it's a bit difficult to keep concentration after a sumptuous lunch, but I would request you to be attentive here in this session, because we are going to have I hope, a very interesting session, because we are going to discuss on tourism. At first, I would like to convey my warm regards to all of you who are present here on the auspicious occasion of celebrating the 50th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Bangladesh and Thailand.
ต้องฟังเข้าไปเข้าประชุมแล้วเนี่ย
Marks a historic landmark in the bilateral relations between Bangladesh and Thailand. We are celebrating 50th anniversary of our diplomatic relations. Over the last 50 years, both Bangladesh and Thailand have grown immensely, and so have our bilateral relations. Distinguished guests, as you have already known from our program schedule, that our day-long today's seminar is divided into 5 panel discussion, which are focusing on trade potential, connectivity, among other issues. And the common underlying factor of all these panel discussions is people-to-people contact. And this is best evidenced in no other sector than in tourism. So our next panel discussion, we are going to discuss or hear about potentials in tourism between Bangladesh and Thailand, from where we would like to gather some lessons from the Thai experience. As the keynote speaker for this session today, we have Mr. Payap Sajju, President, Tourism Council of Chiang Mai. And as expert on tourism from Thailand private sector, Mr. Sajju would share some of his experience from the tourism sector. However, before giving the floor to you, we would have some video presentations on the tourism sector, brief focus of tourism sector, both Bangladesh and Thailand. So I think we have some video here.
It's time to make a change. It's more than I could possibly imagine. In Thailand, wherever you wake up, eat, walk, sit, or sleep, you're creating new memories that will last a lifetime. Write your life's new chapter in amazing Thailand. Amazing new chapters. Amazing Thailand.
Glide in the vibe of life. A land of love, let's wander. Embellished with hundreds of streams. Season sings in 6 tunes, dances in 6 rhythms. It's a bondage of soil and soul. Every day is a celebration with the design of affection. Earth plays here in the heart and mind, holding the golden heritage. Discern the passion of treasure and tradition. Endless endurement in the world's longest sea beach. Step into the ocean of love. Discover the dreamland. Explore the diversity. Hospitality truly inherited. Cosmos of clouds clasping the hills. Unfold the vibration in the folds of the hill tracts. Splendid rhythm, seducing, mesmerizing landscape, melody of mind, devotion of diverse lifestyle. Ethnic taste with ultimate intimacy. Fantasy of flora and fauna deep inside the fascinating forest. Breathe in the beat of history. Lots of ancients have hundreds of stories. Feel the world of color, culture, and concord. Festivals, secret of social harmony. Abundance of happiness round the year. Expression of love everywhere that will bring you back here again and again. Bangladesh, full of love. Anything more? Welcome to beautiful Bangladesh, a land of love.
แล้วก็
Okay, so now before giving the floor to our only sole discussant in the panel today, let me allow a few words about the tourism industry of both Bangladesh and Thailand. While Thailand has already established itself as the world's one of the main leading travel destinations, Bangladesh, a new entrant in the field, is yet to fully explore its tourism potentials, despite having a number of tourist attractions. So from this discussion with Mr. Sajiv, we would like to know how Thailand has progressed over the years in this sector and what Bangladesh can apply or adopt from Thailand's experience. Mr. Sajiv, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Malika. His Excellency Muhammad Adun Hai and honored guests, my name is Pallop Saju, the President of the Tourism Council, Thailand's and Chiang Mai chapter. Today, I will talk about 5 things that we need to do together to develop the economic sides about tourism for Bangladesh and Thailand, especially in Chiang Mai. I have the presentation that I want to show you. Before let me share. Before Chiang Mai, we try to sell what we have. For example, like we try to identify ourselves, what we are, and why the foreigners or the guests all around the world has to come here. Actually, I have to tell you the true thing that is very difficult. Until today, Chiang Mai still can't identify who we are. Many people say we are wealthy, we have very strong culture, we have very good service in wellness industrial. We are very good in activity, especially for adventure. We are very good attraction for romance and relax. We are good and has many organization expert on medical tourism, also about preventive medicines. And especially we have innovation every year about service for attraction and experience that we call meaningful tourism. We have nature as same as every country has. Also, we have good kinds of food. Every country claims that they has good food eater. So the strong point doesn't mean strong for every market. So we discuss a lot about this. And that's why tourism authorities of Thailand says, today in new chapter, we cannot make the fix the itinerary for them. We cannot do one program for all. That means you cannot make one size of shirt to fit all of guests. We can do that, but that our tube, our coming guests of tourism has limit because we focus on just one direction, all 8 direction like a charming. If every city and every country has their own charming. Culture are culture. Bangladesh culture, you said, oh, that's we have rich culture. That is your strong point. Indonesian, Bali also has their own culture. Culture minus culture, that means strong point from culture is nothing. Today, when you talked about marketing, it's nothing. When you visit India, they have their own culture. When you visit Japan, they have their own culture. Today, when you sell about culture, they already expected. What you have to do is do the thing more than the guest expected. And we talked about 5 things. I had to switch some, I'm not very good in this. Please help me a bit. This I have to skip because there's a lot of the number of the what we have in Chiang Mai, like entertainment, how many % we generate income from medicals or accommodation or transportation or entertainment or sightseeing or education. Business also one of the strong point here. This is the previous visitor who come to visit Chiang Mai. 3 million 300 about that is international visitors who came here. But Chiang Mai still need domestic. This is very important. Because in this location, we still are depend on seasonal. Seasonal does mean the business cannot survive themselves if they depends on only international visitor. So we have to balance between our domestic market size and international size. This I will talk later. This is what we need to manage. Every time we talk about we have strength, we have a good thing, we have a selling point, but not many times we have to realize it that what we have a weakest point. And this is main thing we have to clean our house before welcome the visitor. We are still have a weak point. We have a very high rate of accidents on the traffic accidents. We have the thing have to worry about safety and security. We have to worry about environments. We have to worry about the gap between people from rural sides and people in industrials in city. And we talk about how to diversify the expenses of tourists who came here to the local area, to the community-based tourism. We still have how to say that? We have a very far goal to go, a target to reach it. Okay. ช่วยผมสลับนิดหนึ่งได้ไหมครับโอเคอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมครับอันนี้ก็แชร์ใช่ไหมอย่างนี้ใช่ไหมโอเคยังไม่ขึ้นต้องขึ้นแล้วครับขึ้นแล้ว So today we focus on only 5 things that Chiang Mai, Thailand and Bangladesh we have to discuss about. Before hospitality industrial, we are focus on what we have. And Chiang Mai try to make it easy to remember. Why we have to make it easy to remember? Because the private sector cannot do ourselves. We have to make the government side understand the same thing what we think. So from the previous 2 years ago, before COVID-19, we talk about charming. It is 8 alphabet. CHARMING that I showed you before. But today, we do strategy together between private sector, governments, and under support by university, the expert in who try to make the strategy become true on the paper and become here. I can share you if you want it. So imagine when you visit Africa, the big five is come from what we're thinking when we go safari in Africa. We have to find big 5 animal. That means we reach Sahara Africa desert. like elephants, lion, rhinos. What else? Giraffe. What else? Hippopotamus. Yeah. Somebody says buffaloes or wildebeest or what. It depends. But this is what we have to make government size and our private sector focus on the same thing. Festival, that means we have our own domestic festival, but we try to bring it to show the world what we have. And festival, we try to press my industrial. The second is food. Actually, somebody says it's a gastronomy business. Food, we try to do supply chain from farm to table. All around farm, green food, non-pesticide, until restaurant, try to make them understand how to make good look, good for picture, good for healthy, and meaningful for health. Also, good taste. Fit, we talk about sport. We talk about wellness. We talk about relaxation also. We talk about medicine also. Folk, craft, art, and music. This is about romance and feelings. Chiang Mai, one of the strong point, we have a good folk art and craft, and also the United Nations also confirmed that Chiang Mai, we are one of the city that's a creativity city about craft and folk art in 2017. The last is fun, friends, and family. This is normal. Normally, every country has their own culture, have the beach, has an activity, has the place to chill out and place for family and friends. So this is why we try to communication to the world why they coming here for. But the Tourism Authority of Thailand, they diversify it to be 24 alphabet from A to Z. A like a activity, B like a take a bath on the beach, or take a bath on the rice field, something like this. Because one person can be the backpacker when they come their own, when they was young, when they was teenager. But the same person can be the person who stay in 5-star hotel, can be my delegate for when they come with the organization, when they come with formal business meeting, something like this. But the same person can be come to strategy of fit when they come with sport like a jogging, they come for hiking, come for log camping. One person, they have their own reason to come. We don't serve them what we have, but we let them choose what they want. In 24 alphabet, we have it all. Whatever you want, we have it all here. So Bangladesh can do also the same. You have it all in your style. 5 things that we talk to number 4. This is how we develop our city and our country from. We need a lot of flight who have direct flights from many countries to our city. Without airline fly direct to our city, it's less opportunity. So we do what we have to do to build up demand, then we have to support. We didn't have direct flights, never have direct flights from Osaka to Chiang Mai until next month, February 16. This is first flight direct from Osaka come to Chiang Mai. And how I want to talk about how it happened. It's happened from private sector discuss to airline. We talk to Thai Vietjet Airline, ask them to fly. The first time we talk, ask them and requirement for fly Fukuoka, Chiang Mai, but it's never happened. But it's necessary for government side and private sector to discuss, and government sides need to support us about strategies, about the number, about the economic impact, about is reasonable to have direct flight from which city. And we talk to the airline that we can promise them they will never lose money. Because if they fly, its cost happen. And if airline lose money, yeah, when they calculate and they feel they do business alone, nobody support, nobody want to try to do new thing. But if we offer them that Chiang Mai, we discuss to travel agency and we push money together to guarantee the seat. We buy the seat, every flight, 50 seat in advance. So we change my allies, the way of thinking. The ally said, okay, if you push money in, we fly. One flight is about 195 seats. We guarantee them a quarter of the seat capacity of the airline flight. After we do marketing together, that means every flight, the private sector support 50 seats in guarantee in advance to make airline start to ask permit to fly both countries. It happened, and soon this week we talk about China. China already confirmed this week 15 flights from about 4 or 5 airlines to come here. And next month, the travel agency between both countries already discussed about deposit in advance for charter flight from many cities, fly direct here. If never have discussed between both sides, never have discussed between government sides and private sector, the flight will not happen. And the tourism growth and economics from the tourism to the city will not happen. If you're waiting for airline to initiative their own route designed by themselves or organic growth that we talk about, it's like this, a very slowly growth. We need to do something in subsidy to make it go faster, quicker. Like when you grow some flower, you need to put some fertilizer in. The same thing, the way of thinking. Second is the length of stay. We have to focus on how to manage to make people stay in your city, in your country, as long as you can hold them in your country. Because expenses per day, every day, they stay in our place, in our city, is meaningful for money spending in your country. The third, we're talking about expense per day, per month, per trip when they come. The task, what we have to do is make them spend with smile. That's important. The number three, what I want to show you is, we have repeater. Repeater, that means it is the same strategy of the marketing. That's new case to look. You spend money more when you're always looking for news case. Then save your user or your customer. So the repeater number, this refer how they feel to your country, how they feel to your city. The number of repeater refer for satisfaction. Sorry. How to move? Oh, sorry. Number three, the way of thinking of the tourism industry or hospitality industry is explore. The same thing this Miss Malika says. In any activity, in any event of marketing, words tourism mart, ITB Berlin, ITCMA, ITB Singapore, international tourism mart, any mart in China, in whatever market, you have to show your face there. You have to show Thailand, you have to show Bangkok, Phuket, Chiang Mai. They will never know us if we not face them in the international tourism mart. So we can't miss that, because 50% of the tourism went here come from travel agency. Travel agency guarantee, put the money in the flight, as I told you before, to make airline meet the equilibrium point they never lose money. So they still continue flying. Then the FIT, or we call free independent customer, will following. And the trend of the tourism, FIT style, more and more right now. So what we do, we invited, last month, we spent money from private sector. We didn't use money from government side because we want in return in our benefit, profit. So we discussed again for airline to choosing influencer, blogger. We choose blogger from Taiwan, choose a blogger from China, we choose a blogger from Singapore, we choose a blogger from India, we choose a blogger from Japan, and also we choose a blogger from any places who can claim they are influencer and blogger. Private sector like a tourism councils of Chiang Mai. We offer them, we discuss in our group, free accommodation, free transportation, but you spend yourself for food. But we have a list to show you like a 50 item, and you choose what you want to do. We can put itinerary for them because they want to explore some new thing. Every time, everybody want to face the new place, new experience, new attraction. The same location, same place, but new experience. We show them. Sometimes we show them last few years ago in elephant riding. Today, we show them how to be mahout. You know mahout, right? How to be trainer on the necks of elephants package. And today, they show them how to save the forest from elephant industrial. Then we show them how become biotechnology from poo-poo of elephants, transform it to be paper, transform it to be gift, transform the poo-poo of elephants to be goose, gift, souvenir. We show them how to reduce methane. We show the customer how to call it, mud spa for elephants. Elephant heal your feeling, and you should heal the feeling of elephant either. We are equally between humans and animals. So we help each other stay together. Make medicine for them, make food for them, and care them. The way of thinking change. And every activity support by community-based. Community, rural area must has benefit from that activity. At least one program, half day. The meaningful tourism, the customer has to go to do something for community. For example, nothing less, nothing more, go to paint the wall of the temple. Go to paint something, go to clean up, go to cooking for school, for lunch, for primary school, boys and girls can have good lunch from tourist volunteer. That's just a example. Creative. That's I talk to you that every year this different location is a new thing for them. But if we has no new destination, we have to create new activity. Before, the tourists went to Bosang village for see and shopping, see how to do umbrella, paper umbrella and bamboo umbrella. Today, they went there for do yourself umbrella, learn how to make it and paint umbrella in your style and take it back. When you went to restaurant, some good chef teach you how to cook Thai food, not to only eat Thai food, but teach you how to cook Thai food, and you get some know-how to do. When you back home, you can do Thai food for your family. Especially Japanese people, they have family in industrial sites in eastern sides of Thailand. We invite them come every weekend to show them how to make good coffee, how to do good coffee for her husband, and we supply them the raw material. This is new kinds of creative activity. What we do today. Deliver. Very important that every activity must be, how do you use that word? Honest, must be honest. You have to do honestly for them and deliver the experience for them and show them every time, every group, your company or travel agency bring customer here, you will learn the same thing, certify in the same thing, never fakes. Second, both country, Bangladesh and Thailand, must goodwill for both sides, reduce some barrier between us. I don't know how, but this is important. Visa on arrival, I show you the example. Before, very long queue waiting when we want to apply visa for Japan. It's difficult. More than 50% was eject visa. Cannot went to Japan, cannot go there. It's difficult. Today, when Japanese government changed their policy, both side, government side discuss, negotiation, and then they make within 15 days, Thai people can go to China without visa. Do you know what happened? In 2000, 19, there are more than 800 thousand people, I mean Thai people, went there. You can multiple one person about spending 50,000 baht at least. How much money Japanese earn money from us? In the same way, in terms of Thailand, reduce condition to China to win here. 10 million Chinese tourists went here. We service for fast track visa on arrival. We do what we need to do, but it's not from private sector, but it's between goodwill from both sides to creative and reduce some barrier and to make the wheel of economics move. The last is one voice. I mean, for private sector in Thailand, government sector in Thailand have to see the same direction and walk the same direction. We see the same target and flagship target on what we have to do and go there. As same as one voice between Bangladesh and Thailand to see the same goal that we want to increase the number of the people visit together in both countries. If we can talk in one voice, I believe every movement will reflect in positive way. And I'm waiting to see that in soon. And I hope His Excellency can use this session, what we talk together, and we try. And I believe that if private sector in Bangladesh and government side Bangladesh and private sector, we may start from private sector first. The trip from business side, private sector, visit there and visit us, and the businessman will looking for the way to start the business, to import whatever we can make profits from there. Whatever you can make profit from us, then the wheel of economics will move. And this is I show you about activity that Bangladesh country need to have organization of your government side to bring your private sector to show your businessman face there. And what event has, and you should. Every mart had their own different target, but every mart they has a how to say, it's important in their own way. So never miss it. If you miss it, you miss to explore your country. Like this, we also have to go every way to promote your country. You have to do like Chiang Mai try to promote ourselves, that we has a festival all round year. no matter it's a major festival or minor festival, but every festival has their own target. Okay, so we win in 2022 for IFEA in USA, give us the price of the event city. Okay, this I just want to show you for what event we have in Chiang Mai, and we always continue to do it. Chiang Mai root, this means from cocoa, coffee, and tea. Aroma festival, food festival, sport festival. About Thai Northern noodle soup, about tea and how to become how to say. I think your country also have this thing, but they have to pay money to stay in the top of the mountain and become labor to pick the tea leaf. This is experience. They never know how to transform from the tea leaf to be tea on the cup, glass of tea. You know how to drink. You know it's good tea, but you never know how to transform it to be good quality of tea. So we teach you, but you have to become our labor. But you pay me, you pay me to teach you. Understand what I'm saying? That's SMS I told you about how to make umbrella, how to wood carving. Before we sell you the souvenir, today we teach you how to craft your own stuff. We teach you how to paint in your style umbrella. More and more. And finally, we hope Chiang Mai, especially Thailand and Bangladesh, and also economic sector of tourism can boot up, and I'm looking forward to went to your country soon. Thank you. Still many more pictures, but no time to speak.
Yes, we have time shortage. Thank you, Mr. Sajio, for your very meaningful deliberation on this meaningful tourism and responsible tourism. But we have not much time. We can we have more things to hear from you. But I think we have a very important and significant discussion. And I think if you have any question from the audience, we can ask at least one question from you. If not, then we can conclude this. No question? Okay, thank you. So we can give a big round of applause to Mr. Sajio.
Thank you, our moderator, Ms. Malika, and also Kun Lop. Very knowledgeable. I would imagine our Bangladesh friends would want to talk with you in private and ask you a bunch of more questions, I would think. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on here. Panel discussion 4. Connectivity matters, opportunities for Bangladesh to join a trilateral highway initiative. Now, this topic is going to be a challenge because all of our participants, including the moderator, is going to be remotely joining us. So let's hope, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our moderator, Ambassador Ms. Mashfi Binti Shams, former Secretary East of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs at Bangladesh. Our topic matter expert on this from Bangladesh, Ambassador Tariq Karim, former High Commissioner of Bangladesh to India, Distinguished Senior Visiting Fellow, Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, National University of Singapore, and the expert on connectivity from Thailand, Dr. Non Akra Prisert Kul, He's a senior expert of the Smart City Promotion of Digital Economy Promotion Agency, Bangkok. So, looks like we have, hello.
Unmute.
Hello, good afternoon, Sawadika.
Okay, is this Ambassador Mashfi?
Yes, this is Mashfi speaking. Can you hear me?
Great, thank you.
Shall we start?
Yes, please. I also want to mention that Ms. Binti is the director of Foreign Service Academy in Bangladesh, correct?
Right. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and Sawadika from Bangladesh. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, the Payap University of Chiang Mai and the Bangladesh Embassy in Bangkok for inviting me to be a part of this very fruitful and substantive exercise and celebrating the 50th anniversary of the diplomatic relations between Bangladesh and Thailand. Bangladesh considers Thailand to be one of its most important friends and neighbor. And the last 50 years have been very fruitful for the two countries, and we are looking forward to another 50 years and more of even further stronger relationship. And I'm sure this seminar today will be one of the mechanisms by which we can find ways of collaborating and cooperating with each other. So this session, Connectivity Matters, opportunities for Bangladesh to join the trilateral initiative, the India-Myanmar-Thailand trilateral initiative is a very important one because connectivity is the, what would I say, the most important element as far as I think, for enhancing relationship between two countries, whether it's tourism, whether it's trade, whether it's people-to-people contact, cultural relations. So everything, you need to have connectivity. So to discuss this very important element in our relationship, we have two very distinguished panelists in our midst. First is Ambassador Tariq Karim. Ambassador Tariq Karim is presently a distinguished senior fellow at the Institute of South Asian Studies at the National University of Singapore. He joined the Foreign Service of Bangladesh in 1967, which was known as the Pakistan Foreign Service at that time. Ambassador Karim has served as the Bangladesh High Commissioner to New Delhi, India, and also USA, as well as South Africa and Iran. And in many manifestations and in many forms, he has been pivotal to charting the foreign relations of Bangladesh with many important countries. So this is a very short CV of Ambassador Karim. I don't do it justice, but in the interest of time, I'm going to be very brief. And the other very distinguished panelist that we have is Dr. Non Arparaprasud-Kul. I hope I pronounced his name correctly. Another very distinguished person. He has an amazing CV. He is a PhD and an MA from Harvard, MPhil from MIT, and then also an MA from Oxford, and finally a Bachelor of Architecture from Mankurut Institute of Technology with honors. And he is currently serving for the Smart City Promoting Agency. And he is an advocate of smart city using technology to for better livelihood and for a better living environment, urban environment for the people. So without further ado, since we have a very short time given to us, so both panelists will speak for about 15 to 20 minutes, and then we will take two questions for about 10 minutes. With the two panelists will reply, and then I will wrap up in a very short way. So Ambassador Tariq Karim, you have the floor, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashvi. Can you hear me all?
Yes, sir. We can hear you.
Great. Thank you very much for your very kind introduction. And it's a pleasure to see you virtually again after several months. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Swadika, Swadika. I thank the president of the Payap University and the Bangladesh Ambassador to Thailand for the kind invitation to me to and giving me the privilege to share some of my thoughts on this very important question. I have devoted the greater part of my career to trying to improve connectivity and reconnecting minds. And I think in that, this is an important aspect of what is happening in this region. I have very happy memories of Thailand. I was posted there 1979 to 80 and of enjoying the Songkran festival in Chiang Mai in 1980. There are many similarities between us. There are shared aspects of culture that bind us closely together. One is through Buddhism, which traveled from Bangladesh, and the Thai language. Both Thai and Bangla are derived from the same roots, Sanskrit and Pali. I apologize sincerely that I was unable to join in the earlier sessions this morning and early afternoon. In my talk, I will deal with all aspects of connectivity, not just the IMT, and the importance of connectivity for regional cooperation and development. Trade and connectivity are, after all, handmaidens to each other. But land, rail, and other modes of connectivity within South Asia and between South and Southeast Asia have remained hostage to negative politics, largely within South Asia, to some extent between South and Southeast Asia also. In this fractured saga of connectivity, corridors have been identified for long, but progress has been excruciatingly slow and painful. SCAP's trans-regional plan for inter-regional road and rail connectivity are still only aspirational blueprints. Some slowly, some of the dots being connected, but very large number of dots remain unconnected. Within SAARC itself, efforts to get an all-SAARC endorsement of the SAARC MV at Kathmandu summit in 2014 was stonewalled. Following that disappointing debacle, BBIN sub-regional grouping in early 2015 decided to sign on to the BBIN MV. But even that frustratingly remains incomplete today. India's Look East policy, which later became the Act East policy under the present government, mirrors Bangladesh's aspirations also, and it's aimed to link up with ASEAN's Look West aspirations. Insofar as BIMSTEC and BBIN are concerned, there was an upswing in Bangladesh and India relations since 2010, which provided critical stepping stone for forging forward. But it required Bangladesh and India getting the relations right before meaningful connectivity aspirations could be embarked upon or fulfilled. Bangladesh has been a relentless and consistent champion of reviving fractured connectivity between India and Bangladesh and between South Asia and Southeast Asia, because it believes that in enlarging connectivity, our common good and well-being and indeed progress of the people and prosperity are dependent. We look upon ourselves as a bridge between two regions, as indeed is also Myanmar. We are the two spans of a land bridge between South and West Asia and Southeast and East Asia. But Eastern and Western spans now appear threatened by flames. The SCAP had identified several road corridors. Mentionable are the SAARC Corridor 4, which links Kathmandu to Chittagong via several points. SAARC Corridor 8, which links Thimphu to Chittagong, again through several points. The Asian Highway 2, which links Northeast India with Myanmar, of which perhaps the IMT corridor is the natural corollary to the above rubric and part of India's Look East policy. The Kaladan multimodal transit and transport project, which links Mizoram to Moreh in Myanmar. The IMT corridor, incidentally, and it's important to note, Bangladesh was offered to join this in the mid-2000s. I was then in the United States and very excitedly followed this development. But unfortunately, the then dispensation in Bangladesh thought it in its wisdom at that time to reject this. And along with this, it also rejected the Tri-Nation gas pipeline that was on the table for gas to flow from Myanmar to India via Bangladesh. I think we blew two very important initiatives which perhaps could have avoided the impasse and the state of relations that we have with Myanmar today. However, Sheikh Hasina's government wants to correct that mistake and redress the situation for everyone's benefit. The Bangladesh-India-Myanmar-Thailand highway is of great significance to everyone and particularly to us. This was decided upon in Yangon between the ministers of the three countries in 2002, and they agreed on the construction of this 1,360-kilometer highway from Moreh, Tamu on the Indian-Myanmar border to Mae Sot on the Myanmar-Thailand border. The importance of this highway cannot be understated as a permanent asset for the three countries. There is already considerable talk on expanding the road to Vietnam and even beyond to Cambodia and Laos. On a sub-regional level, the possibilities of creating a development corridor with rural development projects, especially economic zones and exclusive economic zones, would be a boon to the people of the region. Bangladesh is interested in joining the India-Myanmar-Thailand highway to enhance connectivity, its own connectivity with Southeast Asia and beyond to East Asia. It wants to connect with Myanmar on a positive note, as it is already a part of BIMSTEC and beyond in South Asia through active participation in connectivity projects. Bangladesh expressed its interest to join IMT at a time when Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar, or BCIM has made very little or no progress. And during Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina's virtual summit with her India counterpart, Narendra Modi, in December 20, she formally made this démarche to him. Both India and Bangladesh have decided to remain engaged with Myanmar, notwithstanding its internal political dynamics. At the same time, let us all try and also get other corridors planned or underway moving forward. It is important to have viable alternatives available and functioning. Dynamics in each will resonate in the other. What are these other corridors? We have the ESCAP rail corridor, partly operational within South Asia, largely still contemplated because the link between South Asia and Southeast Asia are still to be joined. And the grand plan is to have this Southeast Asia corridor from Kolkata to Ho Chi Minh City. It's 4,430 kilometers, but there are huge impediments to it, both geomorphological and financial. The challenges to the other rail corridors, there is the grander design of the Trans-Asian Railway Network, which would link up from right through East Asia over to West Asia, to the Iranian network. That also, I think, is not going to go anywhere very soon. There are 2,493 kilometers of missing links in the South Asia, Southeast Asia rail corridor. So all these will need a lot of money, a lot of time, and a lot of challenges. So we need to focus on what we can do. I'm a pragmatist. My approach has always been pragmatical. Don't try and wrestle with things you cannot achieve. Try and get things that you can do on the ground, in place, and they will become the building blocks and create the space of mind, the framework of mind to get other things going. There are additional augmenting corridors. We have the inland waterways, both in India, the national waterways in India and the national waterways in Bangladesh. We are on the point of getting some traction and connectivity there at the borders. There are possibilities, perhaps vague talks of linking up the waterways of the Ganga basin with the Mekong basin, but that I think is still a distant dream. There are still miles to go before we can get that, but it's something that we should not forget. It is not in the realm of the impossible. It may appear right now to be difficult. We have the coastal shipping agreement, the maritime commercial shipping agreements also, which had been disrupted after 1947, back in place from 2015, so better late than never. And we have air corridors, but they are still very, very inadequate. I think we need to have a greater intensity of air corridors. For me to travel from here to Guwahati, which would probably be only a 30-minute flight, usually I could end up spending the whole day, going all the way around before I reach Guwahati. So these are challenges that we have to look into and try and bridge. We will get there, but that's the nature of the beast. We tend to take 2 steps forward and 1.5 steps back, but even that half step forward, I look upon that in a positive light. There are major challenges, and some of them are financing. Cross-regional infrastructure projects always pose major challenges. Financing vehicles are wary of political turbulence or uncertainties. Public sector financing is increasingly constrained due to fiscal challenges or to national or regional economic challenges. Commercial financing may be constrained by successful global financial crisis. Right now, the world is going through such a crisis. Improving trade and transport facilitation would make trading between our two regions easier, more stable, and also result in lower transportation costs. What is a challenge within the domestic context is sometimes more of a challenge in the regional or sub-regional context. But potential gains must be perceptibly large for all regions to wish to pursue this worthwhile goal. Internal problems within Myanmar and the Rohingya refugee problem jeopardizes Bangladesh-Myanmar, the land bridge. And Bangladesh is very, very eager and keen that we should put this problem behind us on the basis of mutual trust, self-respect, and respecting the rights of the people who have been displaced. Unless this problem is resolved, it could jeopardize aspirations of both regions, and I mean both South Asia and Southeast Asian regions, in the larger supra-regional context of the Indo-Pacific region, as well as Bay of Bengal's potentials as a regional entity emerging on its own rights. In the bigger, for our aspirations, the regional aspirations to be fulfilled, the bigger economic powers in BIMSTEC will have to play a leadership role in giving impetus to the process. And I cite here the Franco-German role, both enemies until after the Second World War ended, who played a critically important role towards the development of the EU as it stands today. And indeed, the role played by Indonesia, which was at that time perhaps the biggest power in forging ASEAN, or even the Chinese role in getting greater Mekong River grouping, making it workable. Rules of origin have to cater to sensitivities of smaller and weaker, comparatively vulnerable or disadvantaged economies. And a dispute settlement mechanism with mandated authority and enforcing power should be in place to look after these. Because often small disputes between nations can trip up the larger initiatives and bring to a halt the larger aspirations that we have of getting regional cooperation. Members, I think, have to eschew hard nationalism and parochial mindsets first and move towards acceptance of pooling of sovereignty. And this will require reorientation of minds of smaller and weaker economies who have to come out of a fortress mode, resist protectionism, and larger dominating economies who must eschew dominating role and resist dumping temptations. Connectivity does matter. It matters far more than we can imagine. And not just physical connectivity across land, waters, and air. Without connecting with each other, near neighbors can become distant to each other, sometimes even enemies to each other. Connectivity helps interactive interlocution and mutual empathy. Those are the primary building blocks on which other relationships can develop. In an increasingly connected world, this is detrimental to our peace and well-being and prosperity of our peoples not to be connected to each other. In SAARC and the BIMSTEC process, it needed Bangladesh, India getting the relations right before meaningful connectivity between the two and sub-regional connectivity could take place. We believe in having good relations with all neighbors, east and west of us. That is why we want to connect east, repair bridges with Myanmar, expand ties with Southeast and East Asia, and sincerely and fervently and selflessly, as well as for the larger good. I believe turmoil internally anywhere in any country will inevitably spread outside local confines. That is an inescapable lesson of history across ages and across regions. We hope Thailand will appreciate and share our concerns and sincerity of purpose and help us reconnect and prosper and grow with everyone. And with those words, I thank you all for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Tariq Karim, for a very substantive paper presenting the various connectivity opportunities that Bangladesh and Thailand can explore to connect with each other. And now we will turn to our next distinguished panelist, Dr. Non to listen from an academic point of view and also on how smart solutions could be provided for connecting the two countries for mutual prosperity. Dr. Non, the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador. Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador, as well. It's my greatest honor to be part of this one-day conference, and my apologies for not being with you in person in Chiang Mai. Chiang Mai is one of my favorite cities in the world. I love going there almost every month, but I'm actually at another spot at the moment doing another lecture. But so that's why I think one of the things that make this time absolutely magical is how we can be connected even we are not together. But on the other hand, the taking away of the feeling of physicalities seemed to be problematic to some degree. I mean, I really want to be in Chiang Mai at the moment. That's something. So anyway, so today, as you learned from my title, I work at the Smart City Office of Thailand, and my role there is to promote smart city as the main mechanism to spur growth for Thailand, and of course to try to do our best to use it as a platform and springboard in order to make the economy, not only for Thailand domestically, but also international partners thrive together. So I want to start with talking about my organization, DIPA. So we are the secretariat of the Smart City Thailand office, which means that we are responsible for connecting these three parts, moving parts, I can say. First one is at the very top, which is the policy, rules and regulations. We don't want to establish so many rules because we know best. Mr. Ambassador pointed out that in capitalism's economy, we wanted private companies to thrive with the regulations that supported them rather than controlling their growth. So the policy-wise, we're trying to come up with incentives in order to pull private sectors into doing the right thing, doing the right work, and work in order to support smart city promotion as the name of the game for 21st century. And of course, we connect the policy with the demand. We are talking about municipalities and cities who have the nature of urban areas that would like to use that as a basis for their economic growth. And of course, in Thailand, we have about 7,000 municipalities. Not all of them are urban municipalities. Around 30 to 40 are big cities. We're talking about cities with more than 100,000 people, which might not be as big compared to Bangladesh. Our densities are not as dense. But then we have a couple hundred cities that are on the way to become a much more important cities in terms of economic growth that would like to employ the strategies and concepts and tools of smart cities as a way to promote its economic systems. And of course, we have the supply side, which is the private sectors. We believe that the best way to promote economic growth is to make sure that the private sectors who are able and capable thrive in the system. So we're connecting the policies and demand and supply with DEEPA and Smart City Talent Office, where I work in the center. We believe that this is the model that we want to use for the next few years. And eventually, once the moving parts are able to gear up into the mechanics that support each other, maybe DEEPA can remove itself from the middle, and we might have more important things to do in the near future. But for now, as a hub, as connector, as a matchmaker, as a mediator, that's our role. So I want to give you some updates of what we've been doing so far and why I believe that smart cities, the ideas of urban growth and urban development would become the ways in which trilateral connectivities could thrive. So first of all, let's talk about the elephant in the room. We know about the SDGs. We all agree as the counterparts of international partners that SDGs very valuable criteria to assess whether or not we are moving towards the right directions. And the SDG 11, which is the sustainability of urban areas and communities, is at the very heart of our own economic policy, because we recognize the fact that in the current economic climate, urban economy is at the core, and that has to do with the fact that, first of all, more than half of the populations of the world, and Thailand as well, live in cities. Even though cities are only about 5% of the entire spaces that we can utilize, but half of the population living in such small spaces. Therefore, density, tertiary economy, the kinds of urban innovations become the name of the game to create the value addedness into the economy that we would love to be the basis and core of the next century economy of Thailand, and therefore our partners as well. In which case, we wanted to make sure that our urban areas are not only livable, but also affordable, sustainable, and lovable. Now, these are the contents that are both qualitative and quantitatively important, because when we talk about sustainability, of course, we can measure it by ways of using different metrics like BCG, ESG. But when we talk about lovability, and that's when qualitativeness comes into play. What does it make? What do we have to do to make cities lovable? Definitely, it's not going to be just about infrastructure. It's going to be about the assets in terms of cultural capital. It has to do with the building and the sense of belonging that makes people feel as though they're part of that urban areas, and therefore they want to maintain the sense of livability, and so on and so forth. In which case, the entire spectrums of SDGs have to come into play, because we talk about cities that are not only physically interesting and adequate, but also places whereby equity is a norm. Economic growth doesn't take away from the future generations in terms of resources, the ability to maintain the highest sense of livelihood, at the same time giving people the sense of deep diversities are the name of the game here. And because of that, our Thailand 4.0 policy built around SDGs at the core. When we have the big policy from above, looking at how Thailand would become much more mechanized towards using digital economy as the economic engine, we want to have the area-basedness which is the idea of smart cities, because different parts of Thailand have different demand. Northern Thailand would be interested in the economy that are based on tourism, for instance. Southern Thailand might be the economy that based on a certain kind of industry, such as rubber, for instance. Central Thailand and Eastern Economic Corridor might be focusing on the new S-curves. So each of the cities have their own interests based on their resources, have the different needs based on the capacities of their human resources. And therefore, we have to have the smart cities as an area base so that we don't play a role of putting together a one-size-fits-all approach to everybody, which is always something that we try, we wanted to believe in, but it doesn't work that way. Each of the cities have their own point of interest, and you should definitely use those resources and capital as a way to capitalize on how they can grow towards the next steps in terms of becoming smarter and becoming much more economically viable. And so therefore, our systems are quite straightforward. We started off not by telling cities what they should be working on in terms of their smart city proposal. We asked each of the cities to put together their own ideas, and then the ideas themselves get sent to us. And deeper in the middle, we promoted them using incubatorial framework. We using capacities mechanisms. We also technologically match the solutions that the cities need to thrive with private sectors that we connect with, such as the providers that we have. And we built smart city ambassadors. These are groups of young people whom we hire to connect Smart City Office of Thailand, deeper, and the cities that we wanted to promote. And once the proposals that comes from the cities become much more mature, we would nominate those proposals to the committee, which we call the Steering Committee for Smart City Promotion and Development, to endorse those cities with the Smart Cities logos. It's pretty much a gimmick that we created in order to make cities understand that in terms of regulatory framework, these logos become the vehicle that they can use in order to get support from different ministries and, of course, from international partners as well. So it's a symbol that signifies whether or not the city has a level of maturity that could thrive, and of course would gain benefits from different sectors who would like to support us to move forward. Of course, we cannot do it alone. Smart city is an ongoing process. Lots of people actually prefer the term smarter city than smart city, because smarter signifies the ideas of progress, process, whereas smart cities sounds more like a result. And we think that result orientedness is important. Cities have to be able to make people happier, but at the same time, if we use smart city only as a result, then it's almost like if you get an A in a class, then you don't have to try hard anymore, which is not the case. Knowledge change, technology change. So we want smart city to be more of a process whereby the cities have to move forward and build up their own capacities in order to allow other cities to assimilate, rather than think of smart cities as the end results only. So what we do as an agency, we try to use different norms. We rely a lot on big economies, but we also use machineries like startups to support us as well, because startups are pretty exciting today because they can do less, but they can achieve a lot more. Think of unicorns, think of Uber, think of Facebook, Meta today, think of Google. These are small startups when they started off, but with the capacity to do works, with the agility, with the lean process, and of course with the understanding that result is more important than bureaucracies, usually leads them to doing work that is much more productive and advanced. So we wanted to use our startups in 6 different areas: fintech, edtech, architect, travel tech, health tech, industry tech, to transform and make smart cities much more interesting. So we have one colleague who from the private sector, he's building an application for cities. So it used to be the case that everybody who needs support from the cities, whether that be fixing roads, whether it be fixing pipes, or wanting to send kids to school, they have to literally physically be present at the city hall. It's in some places, travel time, it's a lot. In some places, they have to face financial hardship to get from their house to City Hall. So this private sectors that we work with, using the technology called line applications, that which is the messaging app, which is very basic, everybody can get access to. But in the back of the house, you have AI as the engine. You have image processing as one of the main tools, and you have different sets of big data protocols in order to analyze this data in the back of the house. So people can use the applications to inform the cities what they need, and the cities use all kinds of technology that works in the background to analyze these problems and then allocate resources to fix problems on people's behalf. And with these applications, the number that I got was really very promising. So the time that the cities are spending to fix problems declined by 428%, and that's a huge number. Of course, and the efficiency also increased. And within the municipalities, the leader also gamified the system by asking the staff, who usually just go out and fix problems on a day-to-day basis, to compete with one another, who can fix more problems on people's behalf based on the data that they receive from the citizens. And that gamification process actually enhanced further the process of the city operations, and that include the paperlessness that was a byproduct of people using digital means rather than the bureaucratic platform that are based on paper. So I'm saying a lot of these because right now we are moving forward from not knowing what smart city really was back in 2017 when we just started the national committee, to now having a framework, having a manual, having the smart city logo as the mechanics to drive city forwards, to having a smart city primer and smart city capacity building programs that are quite erudite and quite deep in terms of how we cultivate networks of leaders and smart city officers. And we now have about 61 proposals from 33 provinces, 77 provinces in total. We wanted to include more and more cities into our professional areas, and hopefully more and more cities would be able to reach the level of maturity that allows them and enable them to have the financial and bankable models for the smart city developments. Based on our data analytics, most of the cities needs are based on smart environment, like air quality, water quality, and of course the waste management. Most of the cities are trying to focus on mobility, because moving people, moving goods around logistically are the key components of economic growth. And we have a landscapes that connects everybody together, not only promotions and policy building, but also solution providing, partnerships in terms of in global landscape, academic partnerships, and so on. This is the area whereby I wanted to reach the point where the ideas of trilateral connectivities between us could play a role. Because when you talk about international collaborations, we've been doing it for many years now. I have the pleasure of being at the core of these initiatives. So the past couple of years, we've been working with the Korean governments in trying to bring what Korea has been doing very well in terms of building smart city based on technology to Thailand. So Konkan was the beneficiary of this particular project, whereby we co-learn with Korean agencies called KOTI, Korean Transport Institute, which is one of the best transport institutes in the world, a think tank that enable us to think like them in the way that we incorporate the use of digital economy and digital innovations into our operations of mobility in Konkan, which is the crown jewel of the greater Mekong sub-region. And the progress has been quite consistent. We are now implementing based on the frameworks that was provided by the KOTI based on this program. And last year, we had this program supported by Japan government in building up an application for smart mobility for Phuket, which is a very important part of Thailand, where tourism it's the main source of income. But then there are so many problems. Mobility is a main safety is another problem. And of course, with COVID-19, ruining a lot of the economic basis because people cannot really travel because of the restrictions. We were able to build up an application for visitors to revisit Phuket and to learn more from each other about what Phuket has to offer as the platform for connectivity. We have another project also by another companies in Japan called Fujitsu, who use AI technologies to help analyze the problems of traffic and lack of mobilities. And with the AI data that been trained for quite a few months, we were able to identify behaviors of drivers that might cause problems. And therefore, we are able to use these data towards building up a better policy for smart mobility. And this year, we are getting a grant from USTDA, from the US government, to look at Phuket infrastructure together with us in order to assess what kinds of infrastructure that need to be revised. And of course, what kinds of rehabilitation that we need, or what kinds of new infrastructure we have to put in place in order to make Phuket one of the model smart cities for the area. And of course, we are building up the smart city ecosystems that based on new economy, based on digitalization. So the Thailand Digital Valley is one of the crown jewels of the digital economy systems and landscape of Thailand. And we are building it as DIPA as the responsible agent for this project. In EEC area, Eastern Economic Corridor, we are building this complex. We already got 2 buildings down. We got 3 more to go. And hopefully within the next couple of years, we are able to build the entire complex. And of course, we would like to invite our Bangladeshi counterparts to come and work with us on this project, especially in investing in digital economy, set up companies that are using startups agility as the way to create new innovations, especially innovations that can benefit Bangladesh and Thailand together as the counterparts of innovations and productivities. So with this, I like to close my presentations by saying that there are lots of opportunities that we can work together. I believe, and I'm biased, of course, because I am a smart city expert by default, that urban areas are the future. If we have good urban areas, we can thrive. We can thrive together as a society, community, as a global community. And because of that, we want better cities. And all the innovations that will come out of our brains for the next few years will be products of urban innovations. And with that, I think we can work together to thrive, create innovations, and of course, make the world a better place again, not just Thailand and Bangladesh. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Non. And actually, digital connectivity is working because it brought somebody from Singapore and Dhaka and Bangkok together to talk to the audience in Chiang Mai and think of the amount of carbon footprint that we saved. But at least our minds are together, working for closer Bangladesh-Thailand relations. So since we are really running, I think, overstepping the time mandated to us, I would just like to see if there are any questions. If anybody would like to ask a question, maybe we could take 1 or 2 questions. Any raised hands? Or anybody from the audience in Chiang Mai? Okay, I see none. In that case, I would like to make a short closing remarks. I would like to thank both our distinguished panelists for very enlightening presentations and bringing ideas, for connecting both Bangladesh and Thailand together. Ambassador Tariq Karim's presentation on the existing, the opportunities of the various connecting Bangladesh, South Asia and Southeast Asia, and what has been planned earlier. I'd just like to add here that the route that Bangladesh has chosen to connect to the trilateral highway is part of the BIMSTEC multimodal road connectivity master plan that has been endorsed by the BIMSTEC leaders in the last BIMSTEC summit held in March 2022 in Colombo. So it's not a new route that we would be planning. It's already part of an ADB, identified by all the member countries. So it's not something that would require any additional feasibility study or anything. It's already been done. And for funding, Of course, ADB is very much on board for funding all connectivity projects under SASEC or BIMSTEC initiatives. Also, we have Japanese investment in Bangladesh in a big way, in the big B projects that they are funding for the Southern Bangladesh Prosperity Plan. And for that, using that, and also they are investing heavily in Northeast India. So if we can connect those two, I think it would be a small matter to extend it a little bit more to the east and connecting Southeast Asia with both Bangladesh and India. And also for our Thai friends out there, I just like to mention that by connecting Bangladesh into this trilateral initiative, you could be reducing your travel time to heartland of India by almost 8 hours. So that would be really smart thing to do. I mean, that would be reducing a lot of, train time, a lot of time and a lot of energy, and that would really reduce, waste. So I think the way forward would be for us to really work out ways on how we could get the three countries together for, convincing Myanmar to see that this will benefit. This will only be a win-win proposal for all of us. Just as Bangladesh is the gateway to South Asia, we consider Thailand to be the gateway for our connectivity with the rest of the Southeast Asian countries, Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. So I think a lot of opportunities are there, and I would like to once again thank the Payap University and the Embassy of Bangladesh for arranging this wonderful program, this event, getting together so many people and so many interesting discussion sessions. And so thank you all very much for your attention, and thank you to our distinguished panelists. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you, Kapun. Thank you.
Break for about 20 minutes. So if you can please make it back here by 3:40, we'd greatly appreciate it. And then we'll go ahead and get into our final topic, which is exploring new areas of cooperation, health, ICT, and language. So see you in 20 minutes. Thank you.
Bangladesh, an enlightened territory by the universal, unblemished, and humanitarian philosophy of Lord Gautam Buddha since the ancestry of Buddhism about 2,500 years ago. In Bangladesh, the Buddhists are the third largest community. Some are Bengalis and some from the small ethnic groups. Most of them reside in Chattogram and Chattogram hill tracts. The enriched Buddhist culture and heritage is one of the prominent tourist attractions of Bangladesh. Buddha Purnima, the main religious festival of the Buddhists. This holy festival is dedicated to the remembrance of the genesis, fruition and decease of the great Gautam Buddha.
Sangam saranam gacchami saranam gahanam sampunnam
Mahastangor at Pokhara, the ancient-most emblem of Buddhist civilization, about 2,300 years old. According to the travel history of the world-famous Chinese pilgrims Fa Hien, Huensang and Yetsing, Gautam Buddha had come to this Pundravartan of the North Bengal region and explored his creed at Shamutata in the southeastern part of Bengal. Around 1200 years ago, the Buddhist king, second Dharmapala, had established a large Buddhist monastery at Paharpur, Nauga, the Shompur Bihar, which is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site. At the same time, numerous Buddhist monasteries were built in Kumilla, the then Shamutata, in the capital of that province, Moinamoti, belongs the mentionable landmark Shalbon Bihar. Between the reign of Emperor Ashoka in 3rd century BC and the kingship of the Deva kings in 13th century, the spirit of Buddhism manifested into Bengal through religion, education, art, culture and architecture. To sprinkle the blazing rays of Buddhism, a world-famous devotee and philosopher was born in 980 AD at this village, Bajrajokini of Munshiganj district. He is Atish Dipankar Sri Gyan. He expounded the glory of Buddhism even in Tibet. Many learned Bengali Buddhists like Atish Dipankar have enriched Buddhism around the world. Dharmarajic Buddhist monastery in the capital Dhaka is the main religious and cultural center of the Buddhist community of Bangladesh. The splendor among different signs and symbols here is the majestic handwriting and holy ash of learned Atish Dipankar Sri Gyan. Rangkut Bonasram Bihar at Ramu in Cox's Bazar is situated at the top of the hillock. This is one of the most ancient Buddhist monasteries in Bangladesh. Among the three hill tract districts, one of the prominent monasteries is Rajbon Bihar at Rangamati, always vibrant with prayers and festivals. There are lots of monasteries, Buddhist temples and mementos around the district of Khagrachari. Aparajita Buddhist Monastery is at the 0 point. The highest statue of Gautam Buddha in Bangladesh is in Panchari of this district. This 108 feet high Ram Jadi at Rangchari in Bandurban is one of the highest Buddhist memorials of the country. This attractive Buddhist temple, Mahashuk Prarthana Purok Buddha Dhatu Jati, is situated at Balaghata in Bandurban district. In every corner of Bangladesh, such countless mementos, temples and monasteries spread the tranquility of Buddhism and the glory of its architectural beauty. The Buddhists of Bangladesh practice the religious customs in every stage of their lives. Kothin Chibortan, the festival of making the wares for monks. The total activities of making the dress by spinning, dyeing, drying, weaving, cutting and sewing have to be done before sunrise. With the consent of Gautam Buddha, his supreme devotee, Vishakha, established this custom of making chibor or clothes and giving it to the monks. This chibor or special clothes made overnight are gifted by the devotees to the monks at a magnificent moment. Pravaruna Purnima, the second largest festival of the Buddhist community. People from different castes, creeds and religions join this universal event. The festive ground is splendid through the rhythm and tune of diverse lifestyle. Being the beacon of communal harmony, everyone here is sprinkling the blissful lights. Bangladesh is illuminated by the kindness, grace, peace and amity of Lord Gautam Buddha. If you come here, you will be enlightened with the glow of Buddhism.
So I'm just going to introduce you. Well, John Bob was out there too, so I'll wait for him to come. John Bob. John Bob. John, you're one of your experts. John Bob. Yeah. Oh, see, in English we can call Robert Bob. Yeah, yeah. That's just the way it is. Like, yeah, John Bob. Robert. Well, you can call him Robert. Yeah. Like. That's why I say you could just. Hey, yeah. Like this? All right, Robert. You can call him. Huh? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon again. We finally reached our final topic for the day, panel discussion 5. Topic matter is exploring new areas of cooperation, health, ICT, and language. ICT being information and communications technology. The moderator for our final topic is Assistant Professor Dr. Pachara Bunta Barik. My apologies. Bunta Rarak. Butchered her name. And she will introduce her topic matter experts.
Thank you very much. Let me introduce myself again. Okay, my name is Pachara Buntirarak, and thank you very much, Ajahn Sam, for your introduction. So I will be the moderator today for this final session. And for this final session, our theme, goes with the exploring new areas of cooperation. And the 3 new areas gonna cover health, ICT, and language. And for this final session, we are going to have 3 speakers. The first one, will be Assistant Professor Wallapha Songprakun. And she is right now our Vice President for the Academic Affairs at the university, Payap University as well. And with her full energy, she is also the Dean of the Macromic the nursing faculty at Payap University as well. And she will be the first speaker, and the topic will be about the health, in Thailand. And let me introduce her a little bit, because, yes, with a long resume and CV, okay, with her expertise. Assistant Professor Dr. Wallapha, she got her Doctor of Philosophy in Nursing from Victoria University in Melbourne, Australia. And her recent publications, okay, are all related to the life quality, okay, quality of life, for example, quality of life developing model for patients, okay, in Banti sub-district, okay, in Lamphun province, which is in Thailand. And another recent publication is about the impact of resiliency on mental health and quality of life among older adults in Thailand. And please now we welcome Assistant Professor Dr. Wallapha Songprakun.
His Excellencies and honored guests. I'm very honored to be here to talk about the exploring new areas of cooperation in health. And today I would like to focus on the Thai experiences in terms of the Thai health policy. As a WHO definition in link in the health, that define the health explicitly with well-being and conceptualize health as a human right, requiring physical and social resources to achieve and maintain well-being. The well-being refers to the positive rather than neutral state, framing health as the positive aspiration. And the social determinant of health, or SDH, are the non-medical factors that influence in their health outcomes. They are the conditions in which people are born, grow up, work, live, and age, and the wider set of the forces and systems shaping the condition of daily life. Classically defined behavioral and environmental risk factors are such as the tobacco use, alcohol use, unhealthy diet, unsafe sexual behavior are strongly influenced by the complex existing and emerging factors in society, which present challenges to health and well-being in countries and corporate. The Global Health Action Plan was developed by Thailand Ministry of Public Health in cooperation with concerned agencies aiming to promote the synergy and coherence in Thailand's global health works, strengthen national health security, promote economic recovery in the post-COVID-19 pandemic era, and promote a positive national image as well. The ultimate goal of the Global Health Action Plan to ensure that Thailand in health secure, safe from the public health threats, and moving straightly forwards in socio-economic sustainable development with a constructive role in global health cooperation. So in the system of Thai health system, this is a multi-level service delivery system. In terms of the system to service for the people in Thailand, the set classified into three. The first one is start with the sub-district. The sub-district is called health centers and district hospital, provincial hospital, regional hospital, and specialized hospital. So the district health system are equal to hospital and including for the health center as well. We use for the referral system for the service. That means the health center and refer up to the district hospital and refer up to the provincial and regional hospital, and then refer down as well, down from the provincial hospital to district hospital and health center. And if the people would like to to use the service, to get the service from not pass to the health center and district hospital. That means would like to get a service from the provincial. That means the people or the patient is responsible for health service fee. The Thai population classified by health security schemes. The population in Thailand is nearly 67 million, and around 71% covered by the universal coverage scheme, and another 19, nearly 19% covered by the social security scheme, and another is for covered by civil servant medical benefit scheme, local administrative officer, and others. In 2019 performance of Thai Universal Coverage Scheme or UCS, the government is managed for the financial allowed 133,000 million baht, and the population coverage around nearly 50 million of people, and the healthcare provider on the UCS registry around 12,000, and the stakeholder participation for the 7,000 in the local administrative organization contribute to the local fund for public health activities. And in Thailand, hospital accreditation around 83% is well certified by the hospital accreditation. This is for the 10 of USC outstanding accomplishment in 2020. Aim to everyone who lives in Thailand is covered by universal health coverage and access to health care with confidence when needed. This is for the 10 outstanding accomplishment. For example, the fighting COVID-19 cover the testing, quarantine, treatment, isolation room or PPE providing. And the next one is for the 4 new upgrade policy, like the health service in any primary care facilities in the design zone, and digitalized patient referral policy, and the patient or cancer patient treatment in Capillary Hospital, and changing the register hospital with the immediate effect. And the new item benefit package, more than 20 new items were added into the UCS in 2020. And the post medicine delivery starting on the 1st of April 2020. Thailand Post Company Limited to deliver medicine to UCS benefit address, and to support for the local government in the coping of COVID-19, and assist the undocumented person. That means the National Health Security Office signed MOU with the for administration and Thai Health and Health Organization to provide healthcare access to undocumented person. And this one is, for example, for how Thailand Universal Health Coverage, UHC, has responded to the COVID-19. The first one is mobilized funding, 99% for Thai citizens to use for the health insurance scheme. And for the foreigner, the government provide the budget to support for free COVID-19 for screening, testing, quarantine, and treatment. The second one is mobilize people participation with the home delivery of prescription medicine by village health volunteers and post office, and medicine pickup at local drugstore and public-private laboratory center providing. And the third one, the community health fund, The government prevention and promotion program encouraging and to promote for the health literacy for the people in the community and support health volunteer activities in the community as well. And this one is for the example for the Take Medicine Near Home. This is a project for under the Universal Coverage Scheme, aiming to deliver medicine from hospital to patient via community pharmacy. So in the past, the patients to get the medicine just only in the hospital. But this one is the patient can get the medicine from the pharmacy in the community in the 3 ways. That means some way is hospital send the medicine case by case to the pharmacies, and then the patient pick up the medicine from this pharmacy, and then the pharmacy can reimburse service fee from the National Health Security Office. And then the second one as well, and the third one is the hospital issue the prescription, and then the prescription to the pharmacy, and then the patient is pick up the medicine from the pharmacy as well. This is for the healthcare new normal in the post-COVID-19. 3 healthcare new normal in the post-COVID-19. The first one is a widespread use of virtual care. The necessity of the social distancing during the pandemic has made virtual care more acceptable, and telemedicine will be more popular and widely used. Other technologies such as the big data or AI are recognized as the essential tools to achieve health promotion and disease prevention. The second one, increasing investment in healthcare. Some countries may re-examine their health investment after experiencing overwhelming healthcare facilities and medical supply shortage during the pandemic. Experienced medical supply shortage, a lot of people call for self-reliant policy that government and domestic company invest more on the affordable pharmaceutical products and medical supplies and equipments as well. The last one is more recognition of healthcare participation model. The COVID-19 proves that multi-stakeholder participations in healthcare system can increase the country's ability to handle health crisis. The engagement to local communities and health volunteer is the primary mechanism to help Thailand suppress the number of infection cases after the COVID-19. Thailand is also facing this health challenge, in particular disease related to the air pollution or non-communicable disease or NCD, emerging and emerging disease, and connectivity and advance in transportation that facilitate travel and people mobility also accelerated to spread the disease between countries. And also challenge of the aging society. Aging society is related to the long-term care, related to the palliative care and the mental health system for service for the people. This one I would like to talk about the aging social society. The Thailand population had total of approximately 67 in 2021. In 2022, last year, the proportion of the age of 60 or older is 20%. So that means that Thailand become the complete age society. And in the next 10 years, Thailand will become the super age society in 2033. That when the proportion of the population is 60 or up hit to the 28% of the population is 65 years or older, reach 20. This one is for the super age society will become in Thailand. This one is a show about become a full-fledged aging society in 2021 is completely. And the next 20 in Thailand, you have will have the 32% of total population is the age group. I think it's the status is the same as the Bangladesh. So in the Bangladesh is show like the population in terms of the age of 55 to 64. That means right now with 2022 is higher than 2011. It's like rapidly as well. I think it's this statistic is the same or similar around the world. So in Thailand is the nation agenda of aging society. We have the goal of the active aging. That means the active aging is a goal of the age society. The three goals are including for the healthy, security, and participation. Based on the Vital Index level of activity, daily living, or the we will call it ADL. The elderly are categorized into the three groups. The first group is the group of social bound. For the elderly, can be to join in the activity in the social. And the second group is a homebound elderly group. The homebound, that means the group of the people who is more than 60 cannot to join or don't want to join in the social. They just read stay in home. And the third one is the bedbound. The bedbound is the mean the elderly who has have the illness. They have to just like to take a rest in home and have to take care of them in terms of illness people. And the operation measure of the age group are divided into 4 groups. The first one is for the group of illness prevention. That means the people or the age group elderly who have the least group. We have the assessment and screening and encourage them to have the individual wellness plan and prevent the disease and health hazard. And the second group is the group is older adult is a healthy group. A healthy group is aim to slow down deterioration for them, to assessment, screening, and enhance them to have the skill of individual wellness plan, and to encourage them to join in the senior citizen club, and to attend to the school for elderly in Thailand. And the third one is the illness group. Illness group is we have the aim to capacity restoration for them, and to provide for the elderly clinic acute care and intermediate care in hospital and in community as well. And the last group is a group to need for the therapeutics. We call for the dependency group. This group is to need for the long-term continuing care, both of in hospital and in community, and would like to provide the professional care team and caregiver in at home and in community as well. And right now we promote for the palliative care. We have the palliative care in community and palliative care setting or unit in the hospital as well. This one is to show for the experience in Thailand for the senior citizen club, to the cooperation of the senior citizen club with other relevant agencies in the area of crucial to success of elderly rehabilitation centers in the community. And this one, I would like to share about the school of for the elderly in Thailand. In addition, in 2019, the project of elderly empowerment and networking for equality aging society began. And by establishing a school for the elderly, the project aims to prepare the elderly group. That means that the age group of about 45 to 59 years to understand how to prepare the quality lifestyle in retirement. And the second one aim to develop the capacity for the elderly to be strong as a mechanism to help members of senior citizens club, be active member of the community, and the last one, to improve the quality of life of the elderly who have the health problems or conditions by establishing a health rehabilitation center for the elderly in the community. This one is the picture is a tour for the older adult who attend for the school of elderly in Thailand. Some school is just like to encourage them to recall back to when they were young, like to wear for the uniform in some school. And then to have to join in the variety of activity in the school, that the school is like to engage them together and to enhance them for the interpersonal relationship, to have for the self-esteem, and to have the variety activities. And this one, some schools have the graduation from elderly school. That means they have so proud and finish for the course. Sometimes in the school have the variety short course for them. Sometimes have the short for drawing, for painting, or have the activity that they would like to learn, and encourage for the lifelong learning after they have the retirement. Okay, this is a very short session for me today for 15 minutes. That is all of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Assistant Professor Dr. Wallapha Songprakun, for sharing the talk about the Thailand's healthcare policy. As we know that the healthcare service, I think it will be one of the most important areas that, our government's gonna give attention. And yes, and I think for Thailand, okay, based on Assistant Professor Wallapha's talk, okay, that the aim, one of the very important aim of Thailand is that we need to make sure that everybody in our country or in Thailand, they will need to be able to access to the health service. And we can see that Thailand, we also have we say various measures in order to meet that goal of the countries as well. And for example, okay, the projects that have been launched, okay, will be such as the community health fund, okay, and also like a tech medicine near home. And also we also enjoyed, okay, the talk about what the most challenges, of the healthcare challenges in our country right now, which is, I think it's not only in our country, but also in other countries as well, about the COVID pandemic, and how can we how can we gonna try to be able to fix, okay, and meet fix with the problem. And also thank you for sharing about the talk about the challenge about the aging society. Okay, actually we don't want to see it as the problem, okay, but actually it is something that we all pay attention to. And also in Thailand, we also have various measures, okay, to make sure that the quality of life of senior citizens, we make sure that their quality of life, well, our elderly or our senior citizen, will have that good quality of life. Okay, and we also we also see saw some the pictures of the project, okay, the school for elderly, and I think our senior citizen, they enjoyed, that project as well. Okay, and some of them, I think it's a good one that they have the chance to dress in the uniform. Okay, and then get back to their like that kind of memories as well. So thank you very much again. Okay, our first speaker, Assistant Professor Dr. Wanlapha. And so the second theme, okay, the second topic, okay, for this final session will be about the connection, okay, between Bangla and Thai languages, okay, and this session will be delivered by our honored guest speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Kirk Pearson, who is now a Senior Literacy and Education Consultant at the SIL, at the SIL in Payap University. And so yeah, he is already here with us, okay, online, okay. So let me introduce Associate Professor Dr. Kirk Pearson. He got his PhD in linguistics from the University of Texas in 2000. And he also got an MA, okay, Master of Arts in Linguistics from Payap University in 1993. And for his master, okay, he also got a Master of Education in International Education from the University of Massachusetts in 2022. And so that I will let you save the time. So I'm going to give the floor, okay, to Associate Professor Dr. Kirk. Please. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. Is the sound and video feed okay for everyone? I can't hear anything, but I hope you can hear me. Okay.
Yes, good. We can hear you just fine.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you so much for the privilege of being here. It has been very interesting to hear about the history and foreign policy and smart cities and health and business and other types of investment that have been discussed during this forum. And I would like to talk a little bit about investing in people, and specifically some of the most disadvantaged people in Thai and Bangladeshi society. And to do this, I would like to talk about the Bangladeshi holiday that is celebrated worldwide. Now, we just have come through a holiday season. We had Christmas, which is celebrated through much of the world. New Year's, celebrated even more broadly through the world. We're coming up to Chinese New Year, which is celebrated widely in Asia. And then we'll arrive at my favorite, Thailand's Songkran holiday, which is celebrated in Thailand and the neighboring countries, but maybe not too much in other places like Europe. I mean, if you threw water on people in Sweden in April, they would die, they would freeze to death. So there are some holidays that have become popular worldwide, and others they're more limited. But there actually is a Bangladeshi holiday that is celebrated on all 6 continents of the world. And it is very closely connected to investing in people. Now, I'm very glad that earlier Dr. Ahmed mentioned language and literature and literacy issues in his overview of the 2 countries. And that sort of provides the background for this Bangladeshi holiday, which is known as the United Nations International Mother Language Day, celebrated every year on the 21st of February, so about a month from now. Now, where did this holiday come from and why is it important? Well, to understand that, we have to look a little bit at the history. And this is a history that I never learned as a student. And in 35 years of teaching undergraduate and PhD students, I have never met one student who knows this history. Of course, many of our Bangladeshi friends know it. So please excuse me if I don't relate it properly. But for our Thai friends and others, I'd like to talk about the history of Mother Language Day and why it is so important today. So as many people know, after the British left, as they were leaving India, India was partitioned. And everyone knows that the partition was into Pakistan and India, done by this British lawyer who knew nothing about the local situation and quickly ran back to England as soon as he had finished his job. Now, what I have never met any student who knows is that Pakistan was in 2 pieces, West Pakistan and East Pakistan, Bangladesh. Now, it might seem very strange to have one country that's separated so far, especially 70 years ago when the only real means of transportation between them was by a boat journey. But nonetheless, that was the way things were. In March of 1948, 1 year after partition, the Prime Minister of West Pakistan came to visit East Pakistan, and he gave a speech in English to 300,000 Bangladeshis. And in that speech, he said, Urdu must be the national language of all Pakistan, West and East, so we can have unity. Now, at that point, even in West Pakistan, only about 5% of people could speak Urdu. It was the powerful people who could speak Urdu. And very, very few people in Bangladesh could speak Urdu. But yet, Muhammad Ali Jinnah's idea was that everyone must speak Urdu so we can be unified and strong. This is a classic error of countries that think in order to be strong and unified, they must push other people in the country to become like them, to adopt their language, their culture, their religion. Now, this resulted in much social unrest, particularly on February 21st in 1952, as many people were protesting this Urdu language policy, a number of university students were killed. This was very similar to the Thammasat University event that happened in Thailand where students were killed. And it was a very galvanizing moment for people to actually be killed for their language, to be language martyrs. Later on, of course, we saw a civil war. No one's still sure how many people were killed in the war between Bangladesh and Pakistan or East Pakistan. And to this day, Bangladeshi friends of mine talk about how their fathers were willing to die for their language. Now, this is not something strange. Now, I know there are some of you from the Peace Studies Institute at Payap here today. If you look at many conflicts, there is often a language issue involved in some of the conflicts. Sometimes American or British or even Thai scholars do not recognize this because we're from the big dominant groups. But if you look at minority groups or groups where people are excluded because of the way they speak, you realize that there can be a lot of passion among these issues. There's an example from ancient Israel. The different tribes pronounce the or sh sound differently, and that resulted in many of them being killed. In Ukraine, over the past 7 years, we have seen language as a major factor. In 2014, Ukraine had previously recognized Russian as an official language. In 2014, Russian was no longer recognized as an official language of Ukraine. And I told my PhD students at that time, just wait, that will be another excuse for Putin to say that Russians are being persecuted and he will invade. And sure enough, a few months later, he invaded Crimea. And since then, the Russians have been persecuting Ukrainian speakers and also Tatar speakers in Crimea. In fact, that was brought up before the United Nations just this past April. Linguicide, it's called, the elimination of languages. The former Yugoslavia, language a huge issue in the conflict. Sri Lanka, Tamil speakers, Singha speakers, huge part of the conflict. Today in China, as China oppresses the Uyghur people and tries to force them to stop using their language. That's not making things better in China, it's making it worse. Here in Thailand, sadly, we have seen 70 years of Patani Malay assimilation efforts in the south of Thailand, and that has also contributed to the conflict there. I've spent quite a bit of time in the south studying that. In Spain, Basque Country, a major part of the conflict there that took over 3,000 lives related around language and identity. And even in Italy, at one point, German-speaking Italians in northern Tyrol were bombing Italian police stations because the Italian government decided that people should not be allowed to have the German language on signs, even though these were German people. So there's often a part of conflict related to language. Now, in commemoration of those Bangladeshi students who sacrificed their lives for the Bangla language, there is a shrine in Bangladesh that people will often go to, especially on the 21st of February. And because of this experience, some Bangladeshi citizens living in Canada approached the Secretary General of the United Nations, Kofi Annan, to talk about the Bangladeshi experience with language and the importance of language to all humanity. And with his help, they were able to get the 21st of February declared to be a World Day to commemorate Mother Language Day. And it's been celebrated every year since then. So for example, let's see, I hope you can see on this slide, this is the UNESCO website for Mother Language Day, actually for 2022. And the top picture is someone teaching Bangladeshi script to children. If you go down further, you'll see information about celebrations of Mother Language Day in Paris, UN headquarters in New York, Brussels, Belgium, Geneva, Switzerland. And then down here, a video about Thailand, featuring a young lady who is a Saga Korean speaker, talking about how now, I believe it's 5 hill tribe languages in Thailand are being taught in about 40 schools, and how that is so good for the children and the communities, and how much they enjoy having their language in school. Now, everyone has a mother tongue, so that's one reason this is such a popular holiday. Also, we have the fact that there are over 7,000 languages in our world today. Now, in the United Nations, there are 193 countries. So the fact that you have over 7,000 languages in the world indicates that linguistic diversity is normal. It's not abnormal, as people like the former Prime Minister of Pakistan thought. Here are some more pictures of Mother Language Day celebrations in Thailand. You can see the costumes of many of the Thai groups. Also at the bottom, a celebration organized at UNESCO Bangkok and also in Salzburg, Austria, a joint seminar to commemorate Mother Language Day, which resulted in the issuance of a very influential document that was sent to governments all over the world, from a think tank in Salzburg, Austria, that the late Surin Pisawong, one of the greatest Thai statesmen, was associated with. Now, this issue of language is not just about identity and discrimination. Increasingly, we are seeing language's importance to education. Now, this is a picture from the United Nations headquarters in New York City in September, which was the United Nations General Assembly, when presidents and prime ministers from all over the world came. And as they walked into the entrance of the United Nations, there was this display that says only 1 out of every 3 10-year-olds can read and understand a simple story. That means that more than 66% of 10-year-olds in our world can't read. Can you believe it? Many people couldn't, and in fact, this is a major topic in the General Assembly. Here is the former Prime Minister of the UK, Gordon Brown, giving a talk about this and just saying, how is it that with all our technology and all our advances, so many children still cannot read? Well, one of the reasons actually has to do with language. The World Bank, which of course you don't think of the World Bank as thinking about education, but they increasingly have, because education, of course, impacts the economy and business. The World Bank has done studies finding that about 40% of people in the world are not able to go to school in a language they actually speak. They're forced to go to school in some other language that they don't speak at home. And this makes it very difficult for the children to learn even the most basic literacy. This is a major reason why so many children in the world still cannot read. This is also the case in Thailand. Now, as was mentioned earlier, Thailand has a very high literacy rate. Some researchers say the literacy rate in Thailand is higher than that in the USA, my country. But if you look carefully, you see that not all Thais have a high literacy rate. This was a study by UNICEF that found that the #1 predictor of whether a Thai citizen can read and write and do basic math is whether they speak Thai in the home or they speak a minority language. So we see that minority speakers, such as the Patani Malay in the south and many of the so-called hill tribes in the north, their literacy rate is about half the rate of children who speak Thai in the home in Bangkok, Chiang Mai, and so forth. So this is a huge gap that promotes more social division. COVID put these children even further behind because most of the remote learning throughout the world was in the big languages, not thinking about the smaller languages. This is therefore a huge obstacle to the Sustainable Development Goal number 4, which actually asks countries to report on how many students are able to learn in their mother tongue in those countries. Now, because just having one day for Mother Language Day was not enough for this huge crisis, the United Nations has now declared 2022 to 32 to be the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. And one of the main goals of the decade is to improve multilingual education using smaller languages, indigenous languages, tribal languages in government schools to help the children learn, especially in the first few years. They can do this. This is an example of a project in southern Thailand, where the children spend their first few years learning in their mother tongue, Patani Malay, and then slowly learn Thai through a systematic method of listening and speaking before learning to read the alphabet or write the alphabet. And this has been proven to increase the students' Thai reading abilities almost double, as opposed to the children from the South who are forced into Thai-only schools. Having the mother tongue in the school helps the children learn Thai better. And this is just sort of the systematic approach done from kindergarten through grade 6. Now, this is also being done in Bangladesh. Earlier, one of the speakers mentioned BRAC. BRAC is a huge NGO in Bangladesh, one of the most respected education NGOs in the world, and they have also been working on using students' mother tongues alongside the Bangla language to help children learn in the early years. Here are some of the test results from Thailand. I don't have time to go over it, but I think you can just see by the graphs how much better the learning is when they start in their mother tongue. This is also the case in the United States. Now, you might be surprised to learn that in every American school today, 1 out of every 5 children, that's 20%, does not speak English at home. They are speaking another language at home. And in extensive studies of this, it has been shown that the children who get their home language in the American school, maybe Spanish, maybe Korean or Korean, actually from Thailand is used in some schools, Chinese, other languages, if they have their mother tongue in the American school, over 12 years of education, their results are much better. The children in the United States who have the worst results are those who are forced into English only when they don't speak English in the home. Now, of course, in this digital age, one thing that we are all talking about is how to increase the use of digital resources for children. And actually, this is something that Payap University's Linguistics Institute is involved with. There is a new program called Alpha Tiles, which is now being used in about 50 languages worldwide. In the next year, it will be used in more like 400. And Payap University computer staff and the Linguistics Institute are helping to adapt this program so it can be used for languages throughout Southeast Asia that use Thai-based scripts or Lao-based scripts or Burmese scripts or other things like that. Also here at Payap, the computer department of the Linguistics Institute has helped develop ebooks, this ebook program called Bloom that now has something like 17,000 books in 450 languages. And all these books can be easily downloaded onto an Android device. Children could do quizzes on them. It's a vital tool for helping children from these smaller language groups learn how to read. So what can all of us do as knowing this information about languages? I think first of all, to bring some linguistic awareness to your research and teaching, whether it's teaching about peace studies or about development or even history or political science, just thinking of the importance of language and not just the big languages. And to do that, part of that involves fighting language myths. Earlier, one of our speakers talked about the myths that guide Thai government policy or that other people have about Thai foreign policy. There are also myths about language, myths that say big languages are important, little ones are not. Or the Anglocentrism myth, which says that English is the best language, so you should force as much English into small children as possible. Actually, the research shows that is not true. For normal children in normal schools, age 11 has been found to be the best age to begin English. They learn much more that way. But politicians throughout the world do not believe that, and so they continue forcing more and more English on small children, and it's pretty much a waste of time according to all the research. And of course, I'd be open to hearing your creative ideas about this as well. And I'd like to close with a view of a place, of a school where this is really working. This is a school in Canada. It's a small school, only 320 students. They have 25 staff, and they have almost 30 languages in just one school. Now, English is the dominant language, but as you can see here, there are other languages, including Bengali and including Urdu, many Arabic speakers, and so forth. And this school, instead of seeing many languages as a problem, sees it as an opportunity to teach students about different languages and cultures, an opportunity to encourage the students to talk to their parents and grandparents about their own language and culture, and do reports about that in the school, to encourage all the children to be proud of their language and culture, and to realize that they don't have to choose between being Bengali or being Pakistani or being an Arabic person and being a Canadian person. They can be both. This is the image of society we need in our new world as people travel across the world, as they move to new places. We need to have schools that see all languages as resources, learning resources that can help build a more peaceful society. So I hope that this wonderful heritage that Bangladesh has given the world, the heritage of International Mother Language Day, can be part of improving life for many children all over the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor Dr. Kirk, for your talk, okay, on about the language, okay, for the language topic. Yes, as we know that the language can be both, we say, a tool for global understanding, and also the same time it might be a source of the national or even a global conflict as well. So thank you for the sharing on like, okay, so how, I mean, like, do we deal, okay, with this kind of challenges, okay? And based on Associate Professor Dr. Kirk talk is that, I mean, that the language does not represent only our identities, okay? But it's also like, I mean, present what we are, who we are as well, okay? And I mean, I got one point, okay, from his talk is that we can see like 40% of children do not receive the education in a language that they understand. So this actually is a very important problem that might, I mean, brings to like the problem of the literacy of the children as well. So and also this might lead to the social division as well because of this kind of language discrimination. So if we aim for like the sustainable development, maybe we can offer more of the opportunities for our students to receive the education in their own, in the mother tongue language as well. And once again, thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Kirk, for your talk today. And now we come to our last speaker, but not least, okay? The last speaker, but not least, okay? So let me introduce our third speaker, okay? Dr. Robert Basinger, okay? And now he is the a lecturer, okay? Emeritus lecturer at Payap University. And Dr. Robert, actually, he has been with us for many years, okay, and he is a previous IT director at the Payap University,
And right now he is an instructor at the computers for computer science. And Dr. Robert got his PhD in pathobiology, okay, from Johns Hopkins University, and also his MS in applied mathematics and computer science from Indiana University. And his interest, okay, is in, for example, like applied machine learning, data science, and also web and online community development and e-business, okay? And so I'm going to give the floor to you, Dr. Robert. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of the honorable representatives from both Thailand and Bangladesh. Also, esteemed visitors and participants from abroad and around the world, and my friends and colleagues here at Payap University. It's my pleasure to have a few minutes here to share some thoughts on really areas of that we can look forward for collaboration and development in both education and information and communication technology. Today, I will explore the various opportunities. I will focus on the possibilities of the future, mainly because these are very exciting times that what I would tell you would be applicable to today within 5 years will be out of date. And so we're looking at a highly dynamic period of time as countries recover from COVID, as well as they embrace the revolution in technology that's coming from information. And today's talk will be broken into 3 sections. We'll look at the context for collaboration. We'll look at common challenges and needs of both countries. And we'll look for possibilities for future collaboration. When we look at the context of any sort of development, we have to recognize that development is most effective when it is addressing specific needs and targeting very specific opportunities. While information technology has a lot of very good examples of this, education is also subject to this same principle. If we just work according to theories and don't actually try to solve actual problems, eventually the problems will overtake the programs. When situations arise as challenges and opportunities, they are always tempered and filtered through culture, through available information, previous experience, and also tradition. And that takes us to an understanding of the nature of the problem. As we lived through the COVID era, we particularly saw this as daily we were getting update and new ideas about what COVID was and how to address it. Once we understand the problem, then we can bring to bear resources, creativity, and research to address particular problems and create effective solutions. This, all of these opportunities basically are also dependent on budgets and on deadlines. But they also give rise to new technology and new knowledge. And this new technology and new knowledge gives rise to new changes in education as well, and new opportunities in terms of communications. So if we look at the common changes and needs, the urbanization of Asia, Thailand and Bangladesh are no exception, has put a lot of pressure on urban centers. And these, as we develop problems and solutions, the solutions for one country can be very useful and helpful to another. if we look at the common things threads that have been in the urbanization is one thread. Also, global warming has had a major impact. Both Bangladesh and Thailand have been subject to massive floods that have displaced millions of people. The responses to this, using social media to identify the extent of the flooding, also the location of victims, has been very effective in both countries. Also, social media has contributed a major role in the development, in the motivation of sponsors to provide resources for rescue efforts. But also the problem themselves help to stimulate further thinking. And these massive floods have been learning lessons for both countries. In Bangladesh, they now have a superb real-time risk assessment program, which basically monitors the entire country using satellite imagery, ground level censoring, and human reports to really create a very active and very a real-time picture of how bad the flood is and where it is, and provide insights as to how to manage it. Here in Thailand, we have similar water catchment areas and control of flooding through the water catchment management program. And this year, though we had a tremendous amount of rain, almost equivalent to the 2011 flooding, the flooding was not as bad as it was back in 2011 because of improvements that have taken place. And here we can see on the worst of the flooding, although 95% of the water catchment were filled to capacity, they still could manage the situation so it would not go as bad as it did 10 years ago. Population is another area that both countries have basically had as a challenge, but also have had major breakthroughs. After World War II, basically both countries were rural populations that were growing rapidly. And in the years that passed, there have been many campaigns in both countries that have been very successful, to the point that here in Thailand, you will see that we are headed towards zero population growth, achieving a zero population growth by 2030. Similarly, in Bangladesh, approximately another generation later, Bangladesh will also achieve zero population growth. These successes have been phenomenal and have also been the object of study or visitation from other countries to learn more about how these countries each country can bring its creativity and its resources to bear on this very thorny social economic problem. But with the success of population growth has caused new problems. If we look at the population pyramid of how many people are in the population for each age group, we see that this is as of 2020. In Bangladesh, there's a bulge at basically the late 20s to 30-year-old area. In Thailand, there's a baby boomer unit that are entering the 50s. In 10 years, these folks will retire, and from then on, the population of Thailand gets smaller and smaller. This has caused some problems within the educational sector as well, because in 2014, it was the first time in Thailand in which the number of students who graduated from high school equaled to the number of seats available in universities. And since then, in basically the 8 years after that, we have seen that every university is undersubscribed. and this is causing major problems, is in terms of reassessment of how to fund and to operate at the university level. What it means, though, as well, is that the future, it will continue to shrink, and therefore the students of the future will become even fewer. It also then puts new demands on the students we produce, because this smaller population, as the age goes on, they become the workers to replace this baby boomer population that is currently at work. So therefore, the workers of the future have to be more effective and more efficient than the workers of today in order to keep the country running. And this is also a major challenge to universities and educational institutions, because now students have to master more things at a deeper level than their parents did. And in fact, in interesting studies out of Bangladesh, it has shown that 40% of the current jobs in Bangladesh will not exist when children come. In other words, 40% of the parents' jobs today in Bangladesh will not exist when children come into the job market. So students will basically have to become more savvy and being able to operate for the jobs of the future. Technology has also changed the world of business. We find that the technology has made networks of sensors and digital devices very cheap, and there are a lot of them, and it's growing all the time. These sensors, with increased network connection speeds, are bringing more data together. And so the data speeds that we are seeing are now tripling as more and more areas move to the G5. We also find that the inner size of the internet itself doubles every 10 months. So the amount of things that you can surf, you can look at on the internet are doubling every 10 months. Using big data acquisition, we can then condense that data and start to discover some new principles, new ways of operating. And as a result, with mushrooming growth of AI and machine learning applications, it leads to a doubling of published knowledge annually. So if you look at the number of papers and books and everything we can read today, next year there will be twice as much. So the amount of information that people have access to is huge and growing. And yet a lot of the younger students are not quite engaged yet. They prefer to play games. They prefer to not be part of this. And as a result, when they get to the university, they are not prepared for the building of skills that they will need in the job market of their generation. And universities have to revamp so that we are no longer teaching for jobs that will no longer exist. Also, we find AI is coming in, AI, machine learning, and a whole number of other technologies are coming in to the point where they now make communications and work much easier and faster. However, these AI applications are generally written in English. And that English bias that the previous speaker was talking about is very clear in the IT industry. The result of that is that the English-speaking world continues to grow at a fantastic speed, but the non-Anglo world are limited because their languages are not supported by the technology. And so we lack the information of the language that is needed to create better translations, or to understand the grammar of languages, or to actually be able to converse between oral commands in a language and the instructions that a computer needs to know. These will change AI and it changes the need for a specific type of AI and technology training within both Thailand and Bangladesh, as we not only try to help to develop AI further, but also make it more practical for our own countries. Likewise, new business applications. E-commerce has mushroomed the whole world into a digital economy. You can buy things online that are produced in one country and delivered to another country with relatively ease. We have online banking. Cashless payments are now becoming quite popular. Also, cryptocurrencies exist, and we're still trying to figure out if they're a good thing or a bad thing or a distraction. But we're seeing a lot of changes in business applications. Also, just the way business works, being able to quickly come down to critical path analysis, process controls, and even help to improve customer experience as people visit our websites and interact with our services. But education, we are discovering, is more than just what can be written on a blackboard in a classroom. We are now looking at developing students who are able to function in a very creative world, a world in which the technologies that will exist don't exist while they are studying. As a teacher in computer science, when I teach my freshman students, many of the software that we are using and as examples and we are developing will have been upgraded 2 generations by the time they have graduated from undergraduate school. So therefore, I cannot teach them exactly how to push the buttons to do things. I must teach them how to think, how to apply resources that they have to solve real problems. And therefore, we have to think beyond just the mere technology. We have to develop students not only with technical skills, but also with soft skills that are essential for being functional within the digital economy. There's been a lot of talk of this within the newspapers and the media within Bangladesh. Your educational minister has spoken on this in many occasions. And basically, her talks have all aimed at this particular area and basically saying, we want to build a generation that pioneers knowledge and science and is progressive in thought and consciousness and is motivated by honesty, humanity, and patriotism. We must prepare students for building a knowledge-based society within the 4th Industrial Revolution. Similarly, here in Thailand, we are also entering into Thailand 4.0. And this also by the Dr. Kittipong Promwong, who basically is the mastermind behind the actual physical plan to implement it, has pointed out that we have to go into this development open, with eyes wide open and realistic. The move to Thailand 4.0, in his words, poses a significant challenge for the workforce, not the least being the need to produce a new generation of STEM-savvy technicians, of which there is a global shortage. The government is seeking STEM students to make up 50% of each graduating class in just over 7 years' time. When I mentioned this to my freshman students, they all groan because the majority of them have chosen disciplines because they do not want to study STEM. And so we are now entering into a situation where the needs of the nation do not match the inspiration or the vision of the students. On top of that, Thailand has recognized that to get the whole economy moving within a global digital economy, there are major paradigm shifts. You cannot go and continue to do the things the old way. There are fewer people to work with, there's fewer resources. Land is, there's less land to work with for farming, for example, and therefore efficiency, effectiveness has to go up, but you have less to work with. So therefore, you end up with these 5 paradigm shifts as we go into the Thailand 4.0. The traditional farmers have to become smart farmers, a lot less wastage, a lot more usage of organic farming, so that the animal waste become actually a resource for growing vegetables safely. Secondly, we have to move between small and medium-sized traditional shops, mom and pop shops, for example, into smart SMEs that can enter into relationships with each other and basically provide service not only to customers who come through their doors, but also those online that they will never meet. Also, traditional services have to be moved to high value services. The one I find is one of the hardest to come is to change the sense of we can buy this technology, that buy technology, to replace it with make technology. Let us make these things. And for many, many decades, Thailand has bought computer technology. And now, as we have more and more engineers, more and more people, they have the people with the potential, but we don't have that mindset of making things. And if we aren't making things, we are always buying the solutions from abroad. And we are also inheriting the problems of those solutions. If we make our own technologies, they can be tempered to the needs that we have. And lastly, an unskilled labor force who wait around to be told what to do next and be told how to do it, to a skilled labor workforce that are able and willing to build what is needed. I do applaud the efforts on in both countries to create open data sets. These are from websites from the respective countries in which data from the various ministries have become open for people to look at, to compare, to remodel, to ask new questions. And as a result, even my students of big data courses have benefited from this because they have access to real world data and they can ask very deep questions and see if there are some new creative methods that could be brought to bear to solve the problems that they encounter. So as we look for possibilities for collaboration, I love this. I love basketball, and Michael Jordan. It comes up with a wonderful quote that talent wins games, but it's teamwork and intelligence that wins competitions. The problems that we all bring into that, the picture of traffic jams, we all know what a traffic jam is, but it's a problem that is beyond individuals to solve. We need teamwork. We need to work not only locally, but internationally to solve these difficult problems. The traditional avenues of academic collaboration still exist. We still have published international standards. We have professional publications. We have workshops and seminars, special lectures, exchange programs. They still exist and they still are effective. This meeting in this room today, we can get to talk to people. We can talk to people we cannot normally talk to just by a cold communication of an email. But when we talk to each other face to face, we can then understand where our current needs are and look at, resonate with each other, and therefore working relationships can exist. We have also seen through the COVID era a move towards online courses. However, both Bangladesh and in Thailand, we've had many studies that have shown that it is very different than just recording a 90-minute lecture and putting it on YouTube. Basically because 90 minutes exceeds the attention span of most adults, and particularly if it is in a video format, the speakers talking will basically become monotonous and people will tend to go to sleep. The other thing is, if it's 90 minutes long, students are less likely to stop at a point that they don't understand something and go back and listen. And the retention of that much material is very low. On the other hand, there have been studies like with massive online courses like MOOCs and other similar types of formats in which they provide a series of very short 5-minute lectures followed by some activity to test comprehension. This assessment of activity is then administered at the end, and students then have a sense of they know what they know. And therefore, these MOOCs tend to be very effective. And the focus is on skill building. By the end of this lecture, you will know how to. And the focus is basically on building skills that are, and this method of teaching is both scalable and sustainable. As people watch MOOCs and do various things, they pick up skills. But the important thing for industry is that we need to make sure that we have some way of assessing that they know the breadth of the skill. There's nothing more dangerous than someone who knows how to get a machine started, but has no clue how to stop it or how to control it. And so the same thing goes with education. It's important that the skills must be understood for their parameters as well, what they can do, what they can't do. And just watching a video is not enough. Going to a school and getting a diploma, industry is finding that is not enough. As when a recent company here in Chiang Mai was advertising for 2 accountants, 300 students applied, and from 3 different institutions. And from those 3 different institutions, most of the students had pretty much the same CV. There was no way to figure out who would be the best candidate for that. However, in Europe, there are now new methods being introduced that might be useful to us here. And that is this whole idea of digital micro-credentials. When you have finished a course in a particular skill, perhaps community-based, the development of a community-based tourism program. Well, the digital credential can actually say, what did that training actually involve? What was he tested on? What can he actually do? And that would be basically available to employers and would make it available to identify exactly who is available, the appropriate candidate. These micro-credentials could be stacked together in a series to actually create digital credentials, very similar to transcripts in the past. Problem with the transcript is that it only says what the name of the degree was and where it came from. And with forgery technology, it's very easy to manufacture false diplomas. So digital credentials actually have a lot of material can be put in them so they know exactly what courses were taken. It's digitally encrypted in a form that we know that if it's any tampering has been done. And so therefore it becomes a safe and effective way to identify exactly the skills that students are graduating with. The other is virtual exchange courses. If I study if my students study here in Chiang Mai, we make available to them all the resources we have at our university so that they can get as much out of their education as possible. However, if their job is an international job, they need new skills that go beyond our university. They need to be able to, for example, if their job is with a company, an export company with that exports materials to Bangladesh, our students ought to know how to talk and deal with Bangladeshis. And likewise, Bangladeshis should be able to do that with us. So an exchange of students using online exchanges where courses in one university are matched up with courses in another university. The students can do role play where they act the role of the buyer or the seller. And basically through there, they get a feel for what it means to do business internationally. Students who have been trained this way have more effective skills in dealing with cross-cultural settings. And it is a very valuable experience for their careers. I also have a personal suggestion for joint research. It comes from my observation that in Asia, a lot of countries, particularly Thailand and Bangladesh included, we are consumers of programs, all right? So basically, we buy whatever, like e-meeting software that provides only basic functions and it limits interaction. As I am here, I can only see really what I am projecting. It's one way. I don't know what listeners in Dhaka or Chittagong are feeling. Are they agitated? If they're in the room, I can see people starting to nod off and fall asleep. I can adjust, but I can't adjust online because it's only one-way communication. Online events really should better reflect the mood, mindset, culture, and values of both the hosts and the participants. Online meetings really should have some sense that reflect the physical meetings from which they're known for their uniqueness and hospitality and friendliness. I've been to many conferences here in Thailand. I've been to a few in Dhaka. And both countries, the sense of hospitality is very warm, but very different. And so if I'm online, there ought to be some way in which I feel like I've been to Dhaka because it's hosted in Dhaka. But our software doesn't allow that. We're going to need some new adaptation of the current software to get it to work. Let me give you an example. In a Zoom meeting, in which we have a panel of experts, we might have 2 or 3 panelists that can talk to each other. But there are other places that have, like spatial chat, in which it provides you a sense of a cafe setting. And basically, each person becomes a small little bubble, and you can choose where you want to sit, who you talk to. And you basically chat in an informal setting over coffee, well, virtual coffee, that is. And the results of those conversations are far more effective. In fact, even in a meeting like this, often the most effective conversations are the ones we have during the breaks. And that's why we give more time to breaks. Likewise, with seminars. In a Zoom seminar, it's a grid of everybody in the room. But you don't have any sense of, does anybody else feel the way I do? There's no sense of interaction. Again, with spatial chat, you're actually brought into a virtual lecture room and you can choose where to sit. And as you sit down, you can talk to the people around you. And it's very quiet because you can only hear the people immediately around you. And if you want to go talk to someone else, you go up and move to them. Meanwhile, the main lecture can be in the middle. And if you think about that, that's the way we go to physical lectures. We go with a friend, we write notes, we chat with each other, write notes to each other. we interact with our colleague as well as with the speaker. And I would love to see that we begin to use more and more conference software that works this way. Likewise, with various conferences, e-webinars work in this way, but if I use something like AirMeet, it becomes like a real conference, and I can choose which rooms to go into and which people I want to go and talk to. And it becomes, and with the appropriate graphics and motifs, national motifs, it actually can look like being in the location who hosts the meeting. In conclusion, I have two main thoughts to summarize all of this. One comes from a Bengali poet that I love. And he had the observation in 1932 that each country of Asia will solve its own historical problems according to its strengths, its nature, and needs. But the lamp they will carry on their path to progress will converge to illuminate the common ray of knowledge. Each of us are responsible to serve the people we live with, the people around us, and we will come up with different solutions, but each of those solutions will help others to understand their problems and come to a better solutions. The other one, the second thought also is paralleled by a quote from the 1930s, and that we really look forward to the future products of Thai and Bangladeshi cooperation and collaboration. Henry Ford put it this way: coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. Today, we have come together, and we are looking towards the future for progress. And in that sense, I conclude by wishing both countries much success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Roberts, okay, for your sharing on like how has our education been challenged by the technology, and how can we prepare ourselves as the educational sectors in order to deal with that kind of challenges, big challenges as well. Okay, and yes, as we can see that with that high technology, I mean the job market will look for the manpower, the human resource with different characteristics or with the different abilities. And it's very interesting to know, like I mean the research that informed like 40% of the jobs, I mean in Bangladesh, okay, might be will not exist when our students, I mean, get into the job market. So that is something, I mean, like a very interesting, like, okay, so how can we as a university, how can we prepare our students, okay, to what should we say, to develop themselves and be prepared for that situation. And once again, thank you very much, Dr. Robert, okay, for sharing that wonderful talk with us today. And here we comes to our question and answer session. So if we have any questions from our audience here, so please, yeah, we are, I mean, willing to help with the questions. Any questions? Actually, our vice president, the first speaker, is also with us. Okay, if there is any questions relating to the health, I mean, issues in Thailand, we can go with that questions as well. I don't think we will have questions. Okay, so once again, thank you very much for our speakers, and thank you very much for your attention. And now I'm giving the floor back to our MC for the conference today, Ajahn Sam. Thank you very much.
Dr. Pachara, Dr. Wallapa, Dr. Kirk, and of course, Dr. Bob. Thank you very much. Excellent presentations, very informative. So we've concluded all of our panel discussions for today. I think you'll agree that we covered an awful lot of information in a very short time. I want to thank various people, all the participants, moderators, experts. Also want to thank the audience for both online and in person for your attention and your patience. And lastly, the organizers of this event put it together, very well organized, international affairs, academic affairs, various PI personnel, IT folks back there, and also the personnel from the embassy that assisted us with that. So at this time, I would like to ask the president of Payap University to come offer a few closing remarks.
Well, thank you. I think we should have one more day. The conference is almost end, but actually we are the beginning of our relationship and the wisdom between Bangladesh and Thailand. I trust that we have had some insightful and interesting panel discussions with our experts and also panel participants. I would like to thank the moderators and also for the facilitating our discussion, and also the Bangladesh and Thailand have many opportunity to collaborate on a number of important matters. And I do hope that we have put forth substantive discussion on these issues. At this time, I would like to ask the ambassador to join me on the stage, please.
Thank you, esteemed participants. Especially, I thank President of Payap University for his closing remarks. Since morning, I have been listening to the discussions made by participants, experts, moderators, the MC who conducted this program. This conference has been an eye-opener for me, especially. The way we have designed this conference, it has gone beyond our expectations. But I have learned one thing. We have to work more closely in terms of matching our expectation with the presentation made by the panel experts. But at the same time, as we did not monitor the outcome from our side, or we can say the control or the embedded way of monitoring the discussions, that is also very amazing and challenging. I can give one example, one or two. In the panel discussions on connectivity, our understanding was to get the views from the Bangladeshi perspective, as well as Thai perspectives on connecting between Bangladesh and Thailand. In that segment, the Bangladeshi expert presented his views on this connectivity, and also the moderator gave a brief outline of that connectivity. The Thai presenter presented the connectivity in the form of the smart city development. So that is a new dimension in the concept of connectivity. And it is equally good that if you cannot get a smart cities in both these countries, in Bangladesh as well as in Thailand, you cannot have better connectivity between the two regions. So this is a new finding that I learned from this conference. So in that sense, giving independence to the presenter gives you or presents you a new dimension in your thought process. The second example I would like to bring here from the health issues. The presenter presented the health issues from the elderly people management, and that was really amazing. I never knew that elderly people can be categorized into three forms. One is elderly people, but is still communicating or socializing in the society. The other one, he likes to stay at home, doesn't like to go out, but still he is mobile, active. The third one is a bedridden one that he needs a proper clinical or medical attentions. So this is very interesting that the human population, and when the society's population, the elderly population goes, say, for example, beyond 20%, then you have to consider that you are in aging population group. So this is very interesting for us to learn. Even I can share with you one of the insight that was expressed by our Honorable State Minister for Foreign Affairs in his personal conversation with me. The Bangladesh is still not ready how to manage the elderly population. From that point of view, we can always learn from the Thai experience. So this is one good thing that I'm going to take with me. So with these few observations, I would like to thank everybody, and especially the university president and his team who has worked very hard. Last but not the least, the presenter, the Dr. Balich, what's his name? Dr. Yeah, Dr. Robert. Yeah, he presented very interesting, the collaborative framework, giving similarities or taking references from the technology as well as the requirement in the real job field. And this challenge has always been there for the university and also for the industry. And we will live with that challenge till the whole world disappear. So live with that. We have to make or live with these challenges, and that's how we have to move forward. But his last quote that, we just started, this is the beginning, then staying together is just another step, and finally working together is a success. So we have passed the first two levels, and now we have to look at the third level to make progress in these efforts. Thank you very much.
Okay, see you at the dinner reception.